All right, everybody, we're back for the A1 series. Anthony, Oliver, Steve, Aaron duking it out. It's a pretty tough table here for everybody. Whoa. I see my mic glitched out. Apologies to all headphone users for what just happened. Maximum volume output. But we're underway. Anthony, the first dealer. Aaron to the right. Oliver across the table. Steve on the left. Anthony starts with a tune pair and tone pair. This is quite nice. Potentially even Chant to be built here. Holding for it. Ishanten already. Would just be Chun Chanta, and Anthony would prefer to pull the east here. For the full Mongon. To the right, Aaron. Great shapes. Ipeko chance in the Pinsu. Could be Tanyo as well. There's the east call. Ishanten. Of course, pairing up the 9 pin or 9 so would be ideal here. But gets the 8 pin pairs instead. That's totally fine though. East Chun. It's 3 Han. This is double east for the dealer. On the 7 so weight, that's actually being pretty well held in hand. Only 1 7 so left in the wall. But unless Aaron switches this to a Chitoi, seems unlikely that 7 so will come out. Oh, maybe bailed out by discarding that 9 pin. There was a chance that the hand would shift into 7 pairs. Probably feels a little bit unlucky that he didn't manage to get the tempai there, but it actually probably saved him from dealing in. Oliver across the way with a great Ishanten, draws Dora into tempai, slams the Richi, 8 mon comes out. Richi, Pinfu, Dora, this chance at Sanshoku if the 5 pin is drawn, and 3 of the 5 pins are in the wall. All the 8 pin are held. Of course, with this hand, Anthony, I'm sure will fight. So what comes first? One of the 3 5 pins, or a 7 so? 7 so not necessarily safe to the Richi either. So no reason that any player would toss that out. Unless perhaps D with these 2 Dora manages to try to incorporate both of the Dora into the hand. Is moving, kind of moving that direction for a Chitoi. Has Suji 3 so as well. Choice for Anthony, 8 so's Gembutsu. Or sorry, 9 so's Gembutsu, so swaps to the 8 so 8 pin weight. Of course, we know Aaron's holding those tiles. Neither of them is safe. Still, the 5 pin on the wall. This is not tempai as Steve dropped out of the pair, but still Ishanten here for Tanyao, Chitoi Dora 2, and that's tempai. 7 pin presumably to be cut here with the 2 Dora and Tanya. This is a Mongon. Just a question of do we reach here or not? Or does Steve not like the 7 here? No, does push it out. There's the 5 pin drawn. Anthony will have to push this out, but this is going to be Takame. Nichi, Pinfu, Sanchoku, Dora 1, and 1 Ura to make it sting. Of course, I believe that you just always have to push this hand as dealer here, especially with Anthony's goal of overtaking Korak for the first place overall mark. Great start for Oliver, though, up to 42,000 points. And Anthony's turn as dealer. Sorry, Aaron's turn as dealer. These A names are going to get to me. Dora in hand. Tanyao chances. We see a little bit of that Tenho visual bug as Steve is holding this random Hatsu. And that's going to freeze us, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and get a quick refresh in. Alright, not a whole lot's happened in the meantime. Of course, Steve, with that Hatsu pair, will be able to call Pon once Aaron discards it. But these shapes are really awkward for Steve. Maybe it wants to be Pin Honitsu, just for value. Oh, great fill for Aaron. Tanyao Dora 1. Yishanten on the right for Oliver, but it's not going to be a good wait. Oh, sorry, that's Dian Shanten. It could be Tanyao if we end up filling the 5-pin and 7-pin. Yishanten for dealer, though, as well. And the 4, 5, 6, 7 shape is actually pretty good here. Only a little bit unfortunate that we've dropped a 2 so already. But if we, especially if we draw 5, 8 so or 6 so, that would be excellent. You have an improvement. Aaron likely willing to open up here if he gets the chance, but so far everyone playing standard cuts. Then now for Oliver. Couple pairs in hand. 4-mon pair, 6-pin pair. We'll see how that shape resolves itself.
Chi.
There's the Chi into Tenpai. And Aaron does choose to accept the Tenpai here on the 2-mon 7-pin. Itsu building for Steve. So it doesn't have to be Honitsu here. Itsu Dora 1 is perfectly acceptable, but does need to find the 7-pin, which is the same tile that Aaron is looking for. Anthony has this very difficult 1, 2, 4, 5-pin shape. It's difficult to drop pin tiles into this Tanyao for Anthony. Oh, Hatsu Anko. Is this just Tenpai, or do we shift the Honitsu greed? Takes the Tenpai to so not super great here. And I could easily imagine an 8-pin Pon coming into play for Steve with a future shift to Honitsu later. But we'll have Oliver grabbing the Tenpai, Tanyao. And to so drawn, Aaron will push that out and deal into the Dama Hatsu Dora 1 hand for 2,600. Of course, this only being the first game of the series, every game is incredibly important, but the later games certainly have even more difficult decisions to be made. So players can be at least a little bit free here. But Steve not willing to take a bad weight Ricci and open himself up to danger. And it's just a Pon fest now. Anthony sees a clear path to Honitsu, and perhaps even Toy Toy as well. Will aim right for it. And with Oliver discarding all these pin tiles, there might be a chance that Anthony will be able to call for that Honitsu indeed. Oliver looks to be thinking about So Honitsu, but you do have this 2-3 Mon shape that can accept the Dora. No, out it goes. All right. Choice made. South Pon. Honitsu Dian Shanten here for Oliver. Steve has to be a little bit wary about dropping these pin tiles. The hand is pretty obvious for Anthony at this point. Oh, nice 3-pin draw, and we're going to take the Tenpai. Choosing the 6, 9-pin weight. Could have also taken Sha Tonki, which would have been very sneaky. But this certainly is wider And of course the shot comes out immediately afterwards. But Aaron will drop the 9-pin, and Anthony will pick up the Yakuhai Onitsu for 52. And that will, in fact, trade places, so Anthony will climb to 3rd. East 4, lots of game ahead of us yet, but this game has been progressing very quickly. Steve, as dealer, has the Chun pair to be able to call. Door acceptance in the 9, so it's not the best door connector, but it's something. 5 so can also incorporate a Dora. And we'll see the Chun Pon. To the right, Anthony has drawn a Dora shape and is looking good. Probably will end up dropping that Penchant in the future because it's just so much less efficient than the other shapes in hand, and you can get Tanyao Pinhu with the other shapes. Of course, you don't discard that until you really need to, because you do want to accept the Dora if you draw it. Across the hand, Aaron, 3 pairs. No Dora, but can accept it a couple times. Ipeko chance in the Pinzu. For Oliver, there is a Dora in hand. The only hand that has that 7, so... And a couple tiles away from Tenpai. Too many pairs, though. We'll see if Oliver ends up cutting, say, 9-mon, 9-mon. Or if he likes that as a future Shabo, especially because there might be a world where he sets up a Suji Trap with a 6-mon. And of course, Anthony, once the choice is made to discard the Penchant, does draw the Dora. Not so much of a backfire, though, because the 5-so was drawn. So you're feeling not happy, but it could be worse. This is still 2 away from Tenpai for Anthony with potential 5-6-7 Sanchoku, so could be a lot of value here. Steve Ishanten now, after drawing this 2-mon, seems to be locking in the 4-pin as the pair here. Could also discard the 2-pin. Maybe he wants to get this 5-mon out of the hand before it becomes dangerous. Wow, another Dora draw. And this blows things wide open for Anthony. What choice do you make here? Mon cut or the 4-so? Chooses the Mon discard. Probably the most efficient. And anticipating a 2-5-8 weight. Of course, it is Sanmenchan Saturday. Would be a lovely weight for Tanya Pinhu Dora too. Sigma doesn't help so much. Aaron might be able to shift this into Tanya now. Still pretty far away, and Oliver opens up the 9-mon pair. Did end up being cut. And we'll see a Chi into Tenpai from Steve, waiting on just the 4-so. Only one left in the wall, and the other 2 are in danger from Anthony. Most likely will have to discard away from one of these as he approaches Tenpai. But for the time being, we'll hold on to it. There's a chance that he draws another Dora or another 4-so and is able to lock in the 4-so itself as a pair or an Anko. Calls me made around the table. Aaron aiming for Tanyao, and now we have Tenpai for Oliver on the 4-pin. 4-pin to be accepted by every player at this table now. And we see the Chi into Ishanten. Anthony trying to confirm this 3-han Tanyao Dora pair. And another call from Aaron. This will be Tenpai. But there's the 4-pin. Oh, do we switch to a Tonki? I think it's probably not that great. And with the 6-pin being pulled, might think that the 4 is safe enough. No, doesn't discard it. Okay, dodges the deal in. And we'll see the Chi into Tenpai. 4-so passes. 5-so Tenpai for Steve. 4-7 for Anthony. And 4-pin only for Oliver. 5-pin 8-so for Aaron. And there's the 7. No Chankon. There was a chance if Oliver decided to call Khan there. But no, only deals into 39 as a result. Well dodged by Oliver. There is always the temptation when you're in the situation of not necessarily being able to fight for first overall, but also not really in danger of demoting. You know, to get a little fancy and con yourself some extra door, a Rinchan chance. That would allow him, for example, to win on the 1-pin, where otherwise that wouldn't have been available, but managed to dodge the Chankon as a result. All right, Anthony, after taking that win, still in 3rd place, but moving closer and closer to the 30,000 mark. Great set of tiles here. A lot of inner ones for Tanyao. To the right, good shapes for Aaron as well. Diamond abound in that hand. The only weak suit is the Pinzu, but those are some pretty good floaters in the 3-pin and the 8-pin. And now the south pair in the south seat. So maybe this isn't Tanyao after all. It'll be double south, and if you do open in that fashion, you can also call a Dora. for some extra value. Speaking of door, there are 2 in Oliver's hand. But the shapes are a little bit weaker here, so looking for Ricci door 2. And on the left, Steve has the other pair of South. Well, we know Steve loves the South. Seems unlikely he's going to discard them in this situation, given that he is Chitoi Ishanten. Oliver making some good progress, though. If he draws the 3-pin, that hand actually looks playable. Another pair for Anthony. Does this shift into Chitoi now? 2-mon is the cut. Ishanten for Chitoi Tanyao. Could choose to take the Haku weight, although that is now twice cut, so maybe it's just better to take the Tanyao in that situation. And this is Tenpai for Steve. Do we take the 2-pin Ricci? Maybe the 4-mon. Yeah, 2-pin Ricci waiting on the 4-mon. I think Steve might like the fact that he's got so many of these mon tiles around this 4. Not only that, there are also there's a 1-mon discard, so if a 7 comes out, the 4 will become Nakasuji. 2 tiles left in the wall for this Ricci Chitoi. Anthony Ishanten not only for a Chitoi of his own, but also for a normal Tanyao hand. And we're not going to dream of any vertical builds just yet. This could be a call into Tenpai. Kind of tricky for Anthony to play this, because this discard also means that the 5-pin and the 8-pin should be relatively safe. So, but does choose to fight. 6 so is the natural cut here, but feels that the 7 for a little bit more safety is the move here. That Chi means the 4-mon will be drawn by Aaron, who has a pair of that tile now. Of course, Anthony created the Suji trap, or the Suji safety for the 7 so with the previous discard. And rewarded for taking the safe route. Even though the weight was slightly worse, does find the Itsumo for 1,500, 500 all, and grabs the Ricci stick away as well, so Anthony climbing still in this game. Right, this Haipai kind of close to Tenpai, however, we do have a couple weaker shapes to fill. Still, I'd be very happy to have a Haipai this strong in the early going of the game. 2 Dora 3-mon in the hand to the right, and that looks fantastic with the ability to call the Hatsu. Maybe even find a Toy here if you can draw into some Anko shapes. Across the way, Oliver has the Chun call available and a Dora in hand. So might be a call and go over there. Steve connected to the Dora 3-mon on his first draw, I believe. So 1-1-2-3 shape in the Monzu, maybe Itsu chance of the Pinzu. Looking pretty good for Steve as well. The awkward way that this hand develops is into Tenpai with the 7-pin as the pair on a 3-pin Penchon. But for Ichidora 1, Steve might just accept that. In the meantime, Anthony has drawn to Ishanten with potential Ipeko 5-6-7 in the Sozu. Oh, Itsu live for Steve here. What do you cut? Maybe just the 7-pin. And then we'll see what happens later on. We don't know what our pair is going to be. We don't even know if the 6-7 diamond will be held in hand. If we draw around it, we'll probably just cut the Penchon and give up on the Itsu. But Anthony will draw into Tenpai. Oh, wow. Choosing the 2-pin as the weight here. There's no Pinhu, so had the opportunity to reach on the 7 for a little extra food, but I'm not sure the food's going to matter here. The only thing that gives you is extra con chance if you draw the 5 so. Also, maybe it reveals fewer Suji if you drop the 6, because you've already discarded the 3, and then the 9 came out later. You're only showing 2 so and then 3, 6, 9 instead of 2, 3, 9, 7. But we're going to see a chase from Oliver, who did draw into an Itsu chance of his own. Needs the 3 or 6-mon, but 6-mon will give Takume Itsu. And there are 2 6-mon left in the wall. Oh, of course, the Chun drawn afterwards, but it's okay. We want Itsu. And Aaron fighting for Tanyao Dora 2 needs 3 5-mon or 3 6-pin for Tenpai. 1 2-pin in the wall versus 2 6-pin, a 6-mon rather. Slight advantage to Anthony. not only in weight, but also in value. Unless Uda has something to say about this. Steve dodging well so far.
Chi.
There's the Chi into Tempai. 3 Mon, 5 Mon. No Dora left to be drawn. In fact, this weight only has 1 5 Mon, so it's 1 versus 2. There's the 5 so that Anthony could have been able to con had he chosen the other weight, but I'm not sure he would want to con in this situation. It does pass safely. Steve thinking about this Chi because it would shift the Haite, but he has Haite and decides to leave it that way. Good thing too for him because the 6 Mon would have come to
Sumo.
Anthony. Oh, but there's the 6. Richi, Tsumo, Itsu, Dora, Ura, Hanemon. I guess Anthony would have dealt it to double Roan, so maybe that was the better choice, was to cheat and let him deal in. Hanemon for Oliver, who was running away with this game. And unfortunately for Anthony, was the dealer for that hand, so that's a bit unlucky to take the Oyakaburi after coming back with a few good wins in a row. Aaron now in the south round with the south pair as dealer. Dora in hand. Seems to be a call and go, especially because Steve is opening up here. You might not have time to construct something closed. Also, Oliver on the right. What in the world is this Honitsu? Looks pretty strong already. 2 away from Tempai. Some really great floating tiles. The 3 Mon, of course, in the suited shapes. And then also some honor options as well. One's cut east, one's cut north. Oh no, draws the 1-so pair. That's not what you're looking for, but I guess Oliver doesn't care that much. Of course, you'd love value, but Oliver's goal is really just to end the game. And of course, Steve now Mochi Mochi on the south with the dealer. That's going to be awkward as well for this Otozuke. Maybe Aaron has the advantage here in the given he has the ability to declare Ricci still. Anthony's hand, despite an entire row passing us by, still looking pretty weak. Just hasn't gotten the right draws to come together yet. 3 Mon. That gives Steve Tanyao options. There's paths at least to escape this Mochi Mochi situation. And Oliver does commit to the 1-so cut. So going to force the value into hand. Aaron thinks perhaps a little bit about opening up, but doesn't have a backup pair. I would prefer to take the Ishanten here. Just keep the Ishanten for Ricci. Oh, there it is. Hatsu draw. Ishanten for Oliver now, looking for any of the lower Manzu from 1 through 5 for Tempai. Or even the north, although it has been cut once. Hatsu as well, live still. Anthony yet to discard it, and declines to do so in this situation. Pulling for Tempai, waiting for that south. Aaron can now shift to a weight that incorporates the south as well. Hatsu comes out. Tempai taken on the north. Once discarded honor is so strong here. And because that's the first Mon overflow, players might expect that it's some type of Mon weight. Taki is super strong here. We'll see if a north gets drawn. Anthony decides it's time to open up here. At least try to find K10. The 2-pin Dora, of course, called by Steve, so that 1-3 shape looking very bad. Does choose to push the Suji 6. Because Steve, to the other player's perspectives, has Tanyao here. So 3-pin might deal into a Shabo weight. Fortunately, passed. 4-pin can be swapped out for this 1. And now 2, 3, 4 Sancho was another out for Aaron. So many ways to get value here, but Oliver giving it up on the 4-pin. Afraid that it deals into Steve's Dora hand. And it looks like we might just be going to Ryukyoku. Well, Aaron might have something to say about this. Dama on 5-8 with Sanchoku Dora 1. Only... Oh, that's so bad, but your Tempai Pushes it out, and Steve can't win on this. It's not Hote. Can call Pondo. Prevent Aaron from getting a draw. If he does, though, almost certainly would drop the 5 pin. Lets it pass and gives Aaron a draw, and Aaron does not draw 5-8. There's only one 5 pin in the wall anyway. And pushes the 2 safely into Ryukyoku. It's Anthony, Steve, and Aaron both finding 1,000 points there. Oliver paying it out. But Oliver had the points to spare. And we stay right here in South 2. Aaron, what are you going to make out of this? Looks like Chanta is possible, maybe 7-8-9 Sanchoku, but not going to force it. Just going to play efficiently here and see what happens. Well, now you have a pair, so Chanta actually might be live. Of course, if you take find Riichi Pinfu, you'll probably just take that. The right Haku pair can open up this hand, and I imagine Oliver will, given he has no incentive to do anything super crazy here. Across the way, Steve, with reasonably strong shapes, probably going to be Riichi or Riichi Pinfu. On the left, Anthony with Tanyao, Taos, maybe even Ipeco now. And this is just Ishanten. Pretty wide as well. Oliver, multiple options here. Chooses just to... Well, 6-0 is interesting. Chooses just to keep the 2 Yamen shapes in hand. The 3-4 and the 7-8. Tough choice for Aaron here. It's more efficient to hold the 6-mod, but that gives up on Chanta. Goes with the 3, so... I mean, this is just Ishanten here. And holds the 7 pin because that does keep Sanchoku alive. You can imagine if an 8 pin is drawn that something like the 7 mon will be cut. Keep Pinfu and Sanchoku alive. Is it wider to hold the 6 mon for this 8? So Anthony not committed to the Ipeco here.
Each.
And finds Tenpai on the 3 pin. So Riichi, Tanyao, Ipeco. Guaranteed in this hand. Aaron finds Ishanten for Pinfu. We'll drop away the Suji 9 mon. And Steve... Well, that's not a 9 mon uncle. That's 3 save tiles. South passes, so Steve might be able to push this hand a little bit in the future.
Each.
And there's Tenpai for Aaron. It's not Pinfu, but it is Riichi as dealer. Riichi on the 5-8 pin, which just came out from Anthony barely. And what? Oliver's the one who got Tenpai at the last second, and the 3 mon comes out. Oliver stealing away the points. And that means going into South 3, Oliver remains the only player above 30,000. And it's a tight, kind of tight battle for 3rd and 4th here. Steve, of course, wants a positive finish as well. Very close to getting over 30,000. Everyone looking at the points around the table and planning out their next 2 hands. Oliver, this 7-8 Diamond is so good, but it gets weaker as the 9 pin comes out twice in the first 2 discards from the left. To the right. Steve has generally good shapes. The blocks in the Pinzu are a little bit weak, but mon shapes are great. And good floaters for Tanyao. And Steve only needs 1,000 points to get over 30,000, but we'll have a dealership afterwards to pass, so that might be a little bit tricky. Well, this is just Ishanten. Decides to commit to the 5, so discard. Could be a bad weight Riichi in the future, unless he can draw the 6 pin. Across the way, Anthony. I'd be pleased if I had this hand. Looks like it's going to be a Pinfu, maybe even Ipeco. Maybe Tanyao as well. On the left, Aaron with Ipeco chance of the upper Manzu. Draws into it now. And is Dian Shanten here. Ishanten for Oliver. Ishanten for Anthony. Everyone's getting there at the same time. A sign of good efficiency. Steve, of course, Ishanten as well. And at this rate, that means Aaron's just going to draw into Ishanten as well, right? Yep, he does. The awkward thing here is the South is Dora and does choose to push it. That gives Anthony the opportunity to get that out of his hand as well. And he'll do so with Ricci. Yes, Ricci, Tanyao, Pinhu. Potential Ipeko as well. Great hand for Anthony. Aaron can find Tenpai without discarding these 3, so Oliver maybe a little bit stuck on the 6-mon. Oh, nope, 6-mon passes. So Oliver can still fight for this hand a little bit. Just drawn to Tenpai, but doesn't take the Ricci here. Not a good weight, with the 7 so being dead. Now, if we draw 6 so with a 3-sided, maybe he'll choose to take this fight as dealer. But also, Oliver doesn't have much incentive to fight a Ricci from a 3rd place that's 30,000 points away from you. How does Steve feel about the 147 Suji? Says, my hand is worth pushing. And Oliver does give it up. There's the Tsumo. It's not Takame. Ricci, Tsumo, Tanyao, Pinfu. With the Ura could be Mangan. Misses out, but still, 5,200 is pretty good. And we'll put Anthony in a stronger case for 2nd place, moving into all last. Still 3rd at the time for the time being, but has 1 more chance and only needs a 3-han hand to make it over 30,000. 3 and 30, I should say. For Steve, 3 pairs in hand. Could shift this to a Tanya in the future. Can't accept the door twice. To the right, Anthony. More pairs. Oh, the hand's very awkward. Not what you're looking for to try to surpass Steve here, but we'll see what he can make out of this. Shun pair really, really helps. Open up some options. It opens up Chitoi. It opens up Toi Toi. Honitsu is still technically in the cards. And even just calling for Chun only or Chun Door 1 could move you into 2nd. Aaron across the way looks to be a Pin Honitsu from 4th place. Desperate for points here. Would be tragic to take a 4th place given the current standings. Anthony heavily considering opening up Atozuke and does make the call. Aaron will pass the 1-pin pole and draws the 7-pin as the reward for his patience. We've missed Oliver's hand on the left, which is the most classic of hands. Looks to be a Pinfu Brewing over there. Here's the tune. And Anthony will call into Dian Shan 10. So many honors that Aaron isn't looking for. Our dealer has had some trouble progressing this hand. Oh, and huge Dora pickup. And this could be massive for Anthony. Chun, Toi Toi Dora 2 would be Mangan. Ishanten for that. 6-mon's hard to find, and the Dora you're not expecting to see. It's especially harder for Oliver to get it out of his hand now that dealer has opened. And if he was going to drop it, it probably would have been right then and there. But now that Steve has opened and has started to discard some internal tiles, some Tanyao type tiles, we might not see that Dora ever leave Oliver's hand. Anthony's doing the math. Chun Dora 2 is good enough, but no! Commits to the Toi Toi. 7 so was thrice cut, so not the best hedge. And do we see a con from Anthony? Holds it, thinking perhaps it might be valuable. I mean, if you can get a Hanuman here, direct off of Oliver, that could be enough. Does Khan flips the 3, so it doesn't help him. And somehow Aaron's turning this hand into a legit Honitsu. Haku pair. Once cut, it's still live. And there's the opponent to Tenpai, so Honitsu Yakuhai. And the South has to leave Steve's hand. But he knows it's bad. 7-so passes. 2-so's not great. Anthony doesn't want to fall into last. Doesn't want to allow Steve anything here, but does push the 5. And now it's just so efficient to drop the south, but Steve knows it's terrible. Might even just hold it to the end.
Gee.
The problem is that gives Anthony tempai. This is huge. If Steve isn't tempai at Ryukyoku and Anthony is, this is going to be problematic. But here's the chi. The door finally leaves the hand. Steve, it just feels like you have to take this. And the south comes out. It will deal into Honitsu. It would have been a miraculous dodge to go 2-mon and try to find tempai, but non-Honitsu 52 for Aaron will, in fact, trade places. Aaron escapes. Actually, it won't trade places. It ties. So the scores that appear on the ending screen are not actually the scores that occur in game. They will get split. So the minus, let's see, minus 5 UMA and the minus 10 UMA will be shared. So minus 7.5 for both players. And they will average out to both having negative 17.5. And that will be reflected in the standings once they update. All right. That was a pretty big win for Aaron. I mean, it was going to be a much worse 4th place. And so, although he drops down to last in the standings, that is by no means out of things, given how tightly contested this demotion zone is. Notably, Steve also drops down significantly more than he wanted to, and is right on the cusp of the demotion zone as well. Anthony takes a small hit, only negative 3.6. Given how that game started with a Hanuman deal-in, he's more than happy with that, I'm sure. Even had the opportunity for more at the end there, but just barely missed out. And for Oliver, plus 38.6, the only player who didn't really need a big first, but that is pretty significant in the sense that the other players all finished negative here. They will be playing more games. The next game to start in 2 minutes. And this was such a tactical affair. Everyone closely aware of what was going on around the table. And when one player started to open up, the rest of the table would follow, trying to match the speed. Reachies were definitely avoided. I think the only deal-ins were when the players were forced to, as a result of being tempai themselves. And just very strong mahjong all around. I'm so glad we get to cover this table. Yeah, correct. Thanks for the correction. 10 each. You'd think the mathematician could do some arithmetic, but maybe not while broadcasting. All right, we are moments away from game number 2. Should be starting any second now for Anthony. Still unclear as to what the target score is going to be, as I have games later this week. Quark will be playing later tonight. And we're not also unsure whether they're playing all 4 games today, or whether it will be 2 to start and then 2 to finish a little bit later in the week. But things are certainly extremely spicy at the demotion zone area. Everybody within 60 points of each other. And that's just one player getting a first place and the other player getting a 4th place away from swapping places. This time around, Steve will be the first dealer, Anthony to the right, Oliver across the table, and Aaron on the left. And the seating arrangement is relevant to some degree. Some players tend to hold tiles more than others. And so, for me, sometimes I forget. I get so focused on the seating arrangement at one table that when we play our next one, I forget to change in my head who's sitting where. Until a couple turns later, and I realize, wait a second, this player isn't playing the way I'm expecting them to. All right, to set us off, in East 1, Steve, Hatsu pair, Dora in hand. Lots of so tiles.
Boom.
Hatsu will get called. Try to force the door into hand, break away from the 9-7 pin kanchan instead. Now to the right, Anko of 2 pin. Great shapes. Shanten already with the Chun pair.
Boom.
I wonder, once this Chun comes up, Anthony will pass or just call it. And yeah, he does pass it. He wants more out of this hand. And now there's Tanyao shift with Ricci available. I think we'll go Chun Chun. Across the way, we have a Tanyao shapes for Oliver, 2 away from Tempai. And on the left, Anthony, that's Aaron, did open up on the east. Not going to be much more than east only here, though. And there's the Tempai. Anthony rewarded for the patience. Ricci, Tanyao. Waiting on 4-7 Bon. Looking good in the wall for Atsumo here, so anticipating an Anthony win. And there it is, Ricci, Atsumo, Tanyao. That's a Mangan. It even flips Samura here. Misses, though. Still, great start for Anthony in this one. A very good move to drop the tunes there, recognizing that the shapes were so strong, you don't need to open up for only 1,000 points. It feels like you're missing out on a lot of potential, and you don't always get Mangan chances. So you might as well take the ones that you do get. This hand looking less like a Mangan for Anthony here. So many kanchan shapes. We'll just be playing standard efficient discards and seeing what sticks. Oliver to the right has a Dora. Kanchan, Penchan, and the Pinzu is not great. Looks to be a Ricci Dora 1 there. Across the way, Aaron. Also weak-ish shapes, but slightly better floaters. And on the left, Steve again. This is probably the strongest hand shape-wise, but just not a lot of value there either. Maybe you can work in a 7-8-9 Sanchoku. Maybe you can make Ipeko in the lower Sozu. This is going to be an opportunity for us to see how these players construct hands when the shapes are bad. Anthony, we notice here, holding on to these Yakuhai honors a little bit longer than he might otherwise, because he's hoping to pair it up and find something to advance his hand more quickly. Now the hand is shifting more towards a Tanyao, so we've got 4 pairs and Tanyao outs. Two Dora now for Oliver. Ricci Dora 2 would be very nice, but Anthony does pick up the fifth pair for Chitoi. And is actually discarding a Diamond shape, so just moving straight for that Chitoi. Likes the look of the 7-mon over the 8, so turns out they're pretty equivalent. Aaron across the way is actually drawn into Ishanten. Ricci Pinfu Dora 1. Quite nice hand construction there. Slight backfire on the 6 pin. Of course, it's not Chitoi unless you have 2 pairs in your discards. And we're going to see the Ricci come out from Aaron. Ricci Pinfu Dora 1. Waiting 2-5 Mon. There are 2 tiles of each of this weight in the wall. So 4 total. Could we see a 4 Mani Patsumo again? Oh, not 4 Mon, 5 Mon. Oops, off by 1. Anthony with some work to do here. Chun is Shompai, so it's kind of scary. We'll see. Just does decide that it's safer than the 7. Both the 7 so and the 7 pin and the 5 pin. But I feel like if Anthony finds Tenpai, we'll probably just chase here as dealer. There's the first dealer tile drawn after the Riichi. Steve can't really use it in this hand, and maybe this will signal bail, but what do you bail with? 7 mon is, of course, Genbutsu. 8 mon as well. Chooses the 8 mon cut because you could still draw the 6 mon and fight for your hand. But Anthony will draw into Tenpai, and which way it will be? 7 pin or 7 so? Chooses the 7 pin. After all, there is a Suji trap set up. And Steve also, by discarding the 8 mon, has the 7 mon to pass. Good defensive play there. Shooting again, safe. 5 draws remain, 4 now. Both players will have 1 more chance to Tsumo. Aaron misses. Steve is safe. Anthony misses, so we're going to Ryukyoku. 1,500 each for Anthony and Aaron. They'll both leave a Riichi stick in the middle, so net gain of 500 only. And that will keep us here in East 2. 1 Honba, 2 Riichi sticks. Who can snatch away those points? Well, dealer high pie looks pretty strong for a Tanya, maybe Itsu chance. To the right, there are okay shapes. Unfortunately, there are 3 pairs and not a clear Tanya route. Across the way, Aaron maybe also has Itsu chance, but this one's in the Sozu. 789 Sanchoku also a possibility. So a couple different routes that involve opening the 8 so. And then Steve on the left, 2 Yaku high pairs. Well, that seems like a clear call and go. Can grab 2,000 points and an extra 2,300 from the middle of the table. But now there's 5 pairs, so... Or sorry, 4 pairs. Might even shift to Toy Toy if the 5 so comes out. Ooh, interesting draw for Anthony. You can just start with the East and hedge the Itsu. And that will be the play. You do lose out on double drawing into double East, though. Okay, Toy Toy probably not happening here. We might see a 1-pin cut for Steve, as he's just found Ishanten. Multiple 3-5 contract for Anthony, but wow, Tenpai found on the 8 so Riichi Nomi. But Steve draws the 8 so and deals it into Ipatsu. In theory, the 8 so should have been safer than the 5, but it doesn't matter. It does deal into the Kanchan, and the Ura is huge for Aaron. Climbs into 2nd place here, over 30,000. Steve dropping down again, and this is like the worst case scenario for Steve. Aaron taking a big first, and Steve dropping down to 4th. It doesn't even need to be a big first for Aaron to make things uncomfortable. Still, lots of game to be played here. It's only East 3. 2 Dora here for our dealer. 3 pairs, awkward shapes. We'll start cutting away some of these honor tiles and see what you can build around. To the right, Tanyao shapes, but no Dora just yet. We're still holding this 4-pin in the case that you can complete it. Oh, Penchan fill. So maybe this is just Riichi Pinfu instead. Ishanten now. There's almost no chance that this turns into Sanchoku, but you could pair up 6 mon or 8 mon and move in that direction. Across the way, Steve can't pull in the south yet. We're only in the east round here, but 2 away from Tenpai is quite strong, with excellent Pinfu shapes and a chance at Mani Peiko. Still holding the 6-pin in case a door can be drawn. To the left, Anthony, also great shapes and a door in hand. Tanyao most likely here. Tanya Dora 1. That is not the draw we were looking for, but it does... You can think of the 7-mon as your pair in this instance. Maybe we'll see 8 so come out. Yeah, this is so awkward for Anthony, but at the very least, you could end up getting something like 4, 5, 6 Sanchoku, and then that solves some issues. South Anko drawn for Steve. We know Steve loves that tile, and apparently that tile loves him. As Steve finds Ishanten here, we'll probably be discarding away the 6-pin, and we'll see how long he holds it as well. It does get more and more dangerous the later and later this hand goes, but Tenpai found Riichi taken with a 6-pin. It does make 4-7 and 5-8 look dangerous, but in fact, the weight is in the Manzu. 2-5 Mon, 1-5 Mon left in the wall, as well as 2 of the 2 Mon. Anthony does not want to discard anything dangerous here, so instead we'll discard the save 9-8 Mon shape. And could still draw it back into Senpai safely if you can fill in this So shape and then discard the 4 Mon later. Of course, when you're holding all of these 7 Mon, the later this hand goes without a deal in, you start to wonder if maybe 4-7 is the weight. We will see a pawn from Oliver advancing to Tanyao here. And a chase from Aaron. Ricci, Pinfu, potential Sanshoku waiting also on the 2-5, which would be a double run at this point. But Anthony pushes the 4 and can find Tenpai here now on a 4-7 pin draw or 5-8 so. Still 3 tiles left in the wall for both of these weights. No con. South is Shompai, so Anthony is so scared of this tile, does choose to bail out with the safe 6. Is that going to call to Tenpai? Not quite, but we will see a call that gives Aaron the high tay. One more chi. Oh, draws it to Tenpai though. And Aaron passes. So Oliver, Steve, Aaron all finding Tenpai here. Anthony will pay out 3,000, and that will actually put Aaron into first. After that very difficult start, Oliver found a route to at least find Tenpai and retain the dealership without dealing in. All right, East 3. We're staying right here. Dealer has one of the door tiles, so does Aaron on the right. Neither hand looks fantastic, but at least Aaron has the ability to call the tune. Perhaps wait Doratanki in the future. Now, Toyman's hand, Steve, looks like there could be Ipeko chance in the Penzu. And good shape in the Sozu as well. Maybe Itsu is available as well. Oh, nice 3-so fill. Itsu definitely likely here as a consideration for Steve. Depending on the tile you draw in Tenpai, you have a couple different choices for your final weight. But, of course, a 4-so would be the ideal draw here. Oh, Dora draw. That is less ideal, and Steve will just get that out of the hand as soon as possible. He wants to know if it's dangerous now, not later. Aaron will follow, and Oliver, now the only player with a Dora left in hand. Anthony's hand a little bit weak on the left, but just playing efficiently, hoping to draw well into Tenpai. Another pair for Aaron on the right means that this is Chito Ishanten. I wonder if Anthony switches to Chinitsu here. You don't lose that much for cutting 2-so, 4-so. You know, it just goes with the standard efficient play 1 Mon. And we are going to have Tenpai. Wasn't the Itsu draw, but still Ricci Pinfu waiting 6-9 Mon. 6-9 so. Your 9 pin looks quite good actually. 3 in the wall. And 3 of the 6-so as well. So 6 titles total. There's the Ipatsumo. Just like Anthony earlier. When there's 6 tiles in the wall, we see the Ipatsumo, and no Ura this time, but still picking up 5,200 and reclaiming the 6 that were in the middle of the table. Honba included. And Steve will climb out of last and into third, with a chance at making it over 30,000, moving into East 4. Aaron Dealer now in East 4 has a singleton of the East. Could be a standard set of discards as the hand shape works itself out, although Dora discard early signals Anthony's worried that someone else might pair that up and make use of it. Steve on the right with very interesting pin shape. This is actually just Ishanten for Ricci Pinfu. Potentially Peiko. Potential Dora 2. Okay, if you are a dreamer, if you are a greedy player, you cut the 5, 6, 7 so here. It's not a very realistic hand, but it's a lot of fun. Steve is in a position where he can't afford to be a dreamer, and so just takes the efficient cut 7 pin. Ishon 10 across the way for Anthony now. Headless, looking for the 8-mon ideally, but then draws a Dora, and so we might have Steve and Anthony on Dora Tonki in the future. Both players will have a chance at a Yaku here. 3-mon comes out, or 3-pin comes out rather. Steve committed to these shapes as they are. Notably, we do have Oliver with the North Anko, Ishanten, but could just Dama the hand. Probably wants to take a Ricci though. Aaron, in the meantime, approaching Tempai, Dianshanten currently. And Anthony's faced with the same decision as Steve, or a similar decision, chooses to retain the 8-so here. Oh, now 2-5-8 is incredibly wide for a Tempai play, but will Anthony hold the Dora? We do see Steve's name turning red. That's a bad sign. Anthony does retain the Dora here. Steve gets back just in time. Perhaps Anthony here saw that and delayed his decision until Steve could come back. Good sportsmanship there. Oliver will pull into Tempai, waiting on the 7-mon that just left Steve's hand. The other 3 held by Aaron, so it seems like we're unlikely to see an Oliver win here. Ricci from Anthony, though, waiting on the 4-7 pin. Ricci Pinfu Tanyao. Oh, 1-4-7, I should say, but the 1 pin is not going to leave Steve's hand, so that's pretty much dead. Something for Aaron. The 7-mon might leave Aaron's hand now if the 7 has to act as the pair, but it's headless right now. It doesn't have to just yet. Draws have been so awkward for Steve. You could go headless with the 9-pin Suji here, but just cuts the 9-so right back out. Aaron fighting with the 2-pin. Definitely not cleared. And Tempai found for Steve. Dama's on the 1-4. So both players on the same Suji line. But Anthony can also win on the 7. There are no 7s left in the wall, though. East is safe. Oliver can chi back into Tempai and does so on the 3-so. All these players might end up Tempai at the end of the hand here. One more draw to pass. That's good. And 1-mon passes. So Aaron actually the only player who will not find Tempai here. Just trying the safest tile and throws the 1-so out. Dealership passes with Steve, Anthony, Oliver picking up 1,000 apiece, and Aaron paying out. And this is multiple times now in this game where we've seen all the players Mawashi around each other's hands. This is such great high-level play from this table. Well, Aaron hoping to steal those points back. There's a Ricci stick left in the center and a Honba. Aaron grabs the Haku call. Might even be able to turn this to Honitsu for a little bit of extra value. Steve does draw the East pair. Would be just East here with no Dora in the South round. Oliver, though, early Ricci Pinfu waiting 2-5-mon. We've seen this wait before. And there's just no info. It's a second turn Ricci. What are you going to do? Steve goes Chun Chun first. Not willing to deal into Ipatsui. And Aaron's going to fight. Without enough. It might even see another 8-mon come out because that's one of the few Genbutsu tiles to this Ricci. If Anthony decides to fold out here, it goes with the 9 instead. This is a 5th tile drawn for Steve. A 5th deal-in tile, I should say. So only 3 in the wall left for Oliver. Anthony's trying to make this hand work. It is Ishanten. He doesn't want to drop the door shape. I think Anthony's going to fight here if he gets Tempai. Steve, the only player here really bailing out. We have Ishanten for Aaron, who can incorporate a 2-5 into the hand, but if the 6-mon is drawn or called, could present some difficulties. Another 5-mon drawn by Steve, who hasn't seen the south, by the way, so he's worried that will deal in. Anthony, a different Ishanten here. The door Onso has come out, but Anthony has dreams of drawing one of his own. So instead just pushes the Kabed off 7. Oh, there's the 2-mon. That would deal in. That's one of the Monsuji that has a clear, but Anthony does push it out. Ricci, Pinfu. No Ura, 2,000 points. Plus the Homba, and then Oliver will also retain the Ricci sticks. So what that means is that, going into South 2, the scorelines have only tightened. First place is at 31,800. That's only 1,800 over starting value. The other 3 players very close behind. It's going to be a tight finish for sure, unless somebody can pull ahead with a monster hand. Anthony here working with a singleton of the Dora, and just generally good shapes. Hasn't lost any efficiency in the discards just yet. Now we'll have to start making some sacrifices. One of these Yakuhai perhaps will leave the hand. Goes with a Chun. To the right, Oliver, awkward Kanchan shapes, but can work himself to Tempai. For Ricci. Aaron across the way. Dian Shan 10. Ishan 10. After drawing that 4-mon. Won't be the best hand. No real value here. Just Ricci Nomi. Slight improvement in shape. So we'll see the 4-mon come out. Attaching the 7 to that 9-9 shape. Certainly the most efficient cut here. It's spotted very quickly. For Steve, Tanyao in hand, but actually Oliver has drawn into Tempai. It's just a Kanchan weight here, so not taking the Ricci, not when there's Sanchoku upgrades. Of course, Oliver is known to Dama. Anthony, will you drop the door here? No, retains it, drops the 3-pin instead. That's a tile that Oliver would really like to draw. And no, Oliver draws the Dora and switches away. Instead, it's Aaron pulling in the 3-pin, taking the Ricci. Ricci Nomi waiting 3-6-mon. 4 tiles left in his wall, 2 of each. Steve will break the Ipatsu, play the Gembutsu 4, so technically 2 away from Tempai for Steve. Might feel comfortable enough discarding some of these So tiles. But 8-pin might be a little tricky to push. Anthony will chase with the Dora, gutsy play, but as dealer, he's going to fight for everything. Oliver draws back into Tempai on the pretty 10 2-pin. There are none left in the wall, so Oliver can't win just yet. We need to swap this weight around. Anthony on the 8-mon 5-so. It's not great. Only 1 5-so left in the wall. Oliver does switch to the dead 4-so, and instead it's a Sumo that comes into the way of Aaron. Picks up the 4,000 points. Ichitsumo and the sticks back. And here we are in South 3 then. With that Sumo, Aaron now moves to be the only player above 30,000. Anthony takes the Oyakaburi and drops just below. Still anyone's game here. Oliver, reasonable Tanyao shapes, 2 away from Tanyao Sanchoku. Maybe even Ricci that as well. Although it's Oliver, so we might just see a Dama. Aaron on the right with awkward shapes. This hand does not look very strong. Across the way, Steve, these shapes are much better. He's shown that already. Potential door acceptance. And there's a world where you find 678 Sanchoku. Incredible hand for Steve. Anthony trying to shut this down, though, with the Honitsu play. Yakuhai Pei pair in hand. And wow, these draws are coming in quite well for Anthony. He needs to pair up the Chun. Draw a connector in the Sozu. Oh, there's the Chun. All right, this is looking like a Mangan. Just needs to call Pei and Chun for the win here. And here's the Pei. Comes out, and we will see the opponent to Tempai. So 3-so, Chun wait. None of these players can use the Chun, and Steve has a hand worth fighting for. Yeah, continues to push the Sozu, no fear. You don't get many hands like these. Steve's going to fight for it. Tempai for Oliver. Could take the Shabo wait, but chooses the 4-mon, which just passed. There's only 2 left, but they're both in the wall. And it's definitely safe against the scary Honitsu hand. Dama for 77. Oh no, for Anthony, the 4-mon is drawn, and that will deal in. Mangan Tempai instead deals into 77 for the 40 hand from Oliver. And that's going to mean Oliver's taking first place here. Sinks Anthony a bit. But still, 2 rounds to play. If you're going to deal a big hand into someone, better be dealer, so it gives you another chance to build your way back into value. And of course, the 4-mon always has to leave the hand in that situation, especially with no Ricci. Oliver, big win there. Will he take 2 first places in a row and cause absolute chaos in the rest of the standings here? Yet to be determined, as Aaron has a great hand here. 2 away from Tempai for Ricci Pinfu potential Dora. Across the way, Steve also very strong. Ishanten now. Itsu chance, but could also just be Ricci Nomi. On the left, Anthony, what can you come back with here? There's door acceptance at least. That's strong. Itsu is not as likely here. Junchan, kind of tricky as well. So hoping for Ricci Tsumo Dora Ura for Mangan. Oliver, perhaps slightly, maybe the 3rd best hand here. But the difficulty is going to be the 8-pin. And yeah, Chi is not taken, so all the remaining 8-pin have been discarded, or the Dora indicator, or are drawn by the players and locked away in hand. Anthony has made his decision. It is Junchan. Oliver will take the Ricci on the 8-pin, but that is unlikely to ever leave anyone's hand here. Still, the dealer Ricci could scare players off. I mean, for all they know, there are 2 Dora in hand. None of them can see the Dora. Anthony might just have to fight given the standings here. And he's got a good chance to take this one with Junchan Dora. Would be an incredibly expensive hand. Exactly what he's looking for. Chi. There's the Chi to Tempai. So not the most foo here. Steve finds Tempai, but it's not a good one. 6-pin would not deal in, though. And chooses to discard the 4. Steve trying to find something with a little more value here. If he draws the 7-pin, perhaps he would take this Ricci. And of course, if he draws into Itsu, would likely fight in that situation as well. Anthony just pressing tiles right and left. Waiting for the Dora. Oh, this is a Shabo wait. This is just as bad. But now you don't really have much choice. Do you just Dama your Tempai? Do you fight with a 3-mon? That's an option. But instead, Anthony will sumo the Junchan Dora for 4,000 points plus sticks. And we're back in a tight race. Anyone can take this game in South 4. Who has the best hand? Aaron at least has a callable hand. There's East available. Anthony across the way. West call with 2 Dora. Would need to find a 3rd Dora to make it Mangan for the win. but he's approaching Tempai very quickly here. Anko of 1 mon is very good here, and I'm wondering if a Sumo for 52 will be enough. Let's see, 1365. That is just barely enough, so Anthony can Sumo for first. Everyone fighting, though. Steve has a door in hand. Reasonably good shapes. Oh, what about Toy Toy? That'd be another way to get a Mangon. The natural cut is just the Chun here. But no, Anthony believes that these Yakuhai are in the wall and is fighting for Toy Toy. This is a gutsy move here. Hatsu just came out and passed cleanly. No hesitation. So Anthony might suspect those are in the wall as well. We will have Tempai for Oliver. The one hand I didn't get to. It's Dama on the Dora. Richi Nomi if he were to take it. Of course, Oliver will just let this one slide. Hoping to draw into a better weight here before taking the Richi. Steve trying to figure out the best way to progress this hand. Will potentially end up on a Shabo 9-pin, 7 so weight. There's the East Anko draw for Aaron. Will just take the Richi. Smash the button on the 8-mon. That weight is dead. Steve is holding it. And Steve's probably going to just fight here. Oh, 6-mon is so bad, though. Can you work around this at all? 9-pin, 9-pin. Trust the Sotogawa. It's so difficult to throw your Ishanten, though. Chi for Tanyao? No, let's slide. Khan, chance?
Kang
takes it. Anthony's fighting with everything. Flips 3, Dora! Oh, now this is a fight for first. This is Anthony fighting for the top spot in the league. Ishanten. Very wide Ishanten, but some draws involve dropping Dora. And Steve draws the 7-mon he was looking for. Fights with the 6. 7 so was also Suji, but 6 was Genbutsu. Oliver still Tempai. There is 1 2-pin the wall. Can crush the dreams of Anthony here if he draws it. Misses out on the Ipeko. And this is Tempai. 3-pin Richi. Fighting. 1 4-pin weight. Called to Tempai Dora. Drops, but that can't be rolled. So Anthony now, it's Sha Dora 3 waiting 6-pin Haku. Haku drawn by Steve! And that's going to deal in. Anthony's taking first. And Steve drops to 4th place. It's Dora 4. I forgot about the 2-pin in hand. It's a Hanuman. And Anthony, 41,000 point first place, is going to jump in the standings plus 26.4. It's going to make this a very tight race for first. I mean, goodness, 3 players over 30,000 is incredible. That hurts Steve the most. Negative 37.1 4th place. Aaron also didn't get the positive score he was looking for, only plus 2.5. So he has some work ahead of himself as well. And Oliver takes the second with positive 8.2. And things are getting crazy in A1 right now. We'll update the standings to find Steve dropping down to 18th place. Lucas, after having done nothing, is actually now the player in the safe zone. And Anthony, now 42 points away from Korak with 2 games yet for both of them to play. Oh, things are getting dramatic here, but Aaron, despite climbing a little bit, still in 20th place here, but only about 37 points away from Zalong's score. Zalong here is not safe though, so to catch Lucas you need 47 points. Lucas, with all 4 games to play, who knows what his total is going to be at the end of things. Lucas is due for some good luck for sure after the way the season has gone. And Aaron will be fighting to match that total. I'm not seeing a game starting for A1. However, I did see that the A2 match has started, so perhaps this table will indeed only be playing 2 and wait for the rest of the games to finish so that they have full information moving forward. It will be a quick break for us then as we swap over to the A2 series. This is going to be the final games in A2. Bichen, Pio, Amy, and Alfred will be duking it out to see if Amy can climb into the promotion zone, if Alfred can stay in the promotion zone, if Pio and Bichen can avoid demotion. Be back in a few. All right, we are back, and I've been alerted to the fact that the A1 match is actually still continuing. They just took a short break. So I guess what I'm thinking is we've got 4 games from the A2 series and only 2 games from this series. So we'll be able to watch the end of both series if we stick with this one for now. And so we'll actually stay right here with table A1. And keep an eye, of course, on the game results tab for that A2 series. As the numbers come in, I will definitely be reading them out. This time around, Aaron will be the first dealer. Anthony to the right. Steve across the table. And Oliver on our left. Game number 3 going live. Aaron opens up to a pretty reasonable high pie. And more than reasonable when you've got two Dora in hand and great shapes. Lots of Diapan in the Manzu. One fills immediately in the Pinzu. So looking at a great Ricci here. Even the chance that you could find Pinfu as well. To the right, Anthony. Couple pairs. No Dora. Slim Tanya chances. Seems like a difficult hand to put together with all these Kanchan shapes. Across the way, Steve. Outside chance at 1, 2, 3 Sancho, but more likely going to be just a Ricci Pinfu. On the left, one Dora in hand. Desperately needing a 7-pin for Oliver.
Each.
There we go. Ricci for Aaron. As expected, hand gets there first. Is Ricci Dora 2 waiting on the 7, so it would be 7,700 on a Ron. And Mangan on Sumo with Ura chances as well. 2 7 so left in the wall for this weight. Can Aaron pull a Korak? I seem to recall a couple big 7 so wins in session 5 for Korak to take a dominant lead in the series. And we'll see if Aaron can do the same here in East 1 of Game 3. Oliver did get the important Penchon fill and is now Ishan 10. Can Oliver actually fight this? Tempai now. Hatsutanki goes for it. All right. This is brave against Dealer Ricci. There are 2 tiles left in the wall, so it's the same number for both players, but Hatsu more likely to be discarded by another player than the 7 so. And we'll just check to see if Suji traps get created. Steve right now playing as safe as possible, but he might run out of safe tiles. 2 so is still good, but I think that's his last one. Finds the 2-mon, and there's the 7! Oliver's bravery not rewarded here. And Aaron will pull away the Ricci Door 2. Misses the Ura, but 77 pickup to start. Great pickup. Taking the lead in East 1. High Pie also reasonably strong this time around. We have a Dora. Great shapes. Aaron looking good to take another dealer turn, except for the fact that Anthony has 1, 2, 3 Sancho chance and the South pair. Could steal this one away. Dora acceptance as well in the form of the 6-pin being held by Anthony. Across the way, Steve. Those shapes are not amazing, but you can draw some connectors. Already filled the Dora shape, or Dora connector. And is actually just 2 away from Tempai here. On the left, Oliver. Again, bad shapes. Can fill a Dora, but it's going to be hard to expect to draw one of those. Aaron, in the meantime, has the ability, drawn into the ability to call the Hatsu to open the hand. 2,900 plus Honba is a nice enough pickup that might be incentivized to open up at the Hatsu if it comes out. And now with 2 Dora, it's actually very realistic. But actually chooses to discard away the door here. It likes this Ishanten. And there's Sanshoku chance. Oh, are we sacrificing 1 hun for 2? We'll find out if the 3-mon can be drawn. That would be such an insane play. Hatsu comes out, but would just be 29. Does take the call and the Tempai. 6 so, 9 so. Wait, we are approaching the middle of the second row. So right around the time when other players are going to start to declare Ricci. And believe me, they are getting close. Right now, the 6-9 so is being held four times. And one of the 6 so has been discarded, so only 3 left in the wall. Anthony, tough choices to make here. I kind of like 6-7 pin. Even though it gives up on the Dora, max value, Sanchoku Chanta for 4 han is incredible. It does allow you to open the hand here. 7 to follow. Now Ishanten and the ability to call the South for South Chanta, even though that's a little bit less value. Because Aaron has discarded this door, you're anticipating that he's very close to Tenpai at the time. And then the 5-mon came out later and the East, so you're assuming it's Tenpai. Oh! Big draw! So the one mon's coming out. It's just a question of if there's a Riichi or not. And Anthony does choose to Riichi. Riichi. Sanshoku. And of course the Chanta. Tsumo's Haneman. Oh, but the 9-so is drawn, the last 9-so. That's going to deal into 2,900 plus Honba. And the Riichi stick will also go to Aaron.
Home.
Dealership might be ending here. The shapes aren't bad, but you're highly incentivized to hold on to this Penchan. And 7-mon is very gone. There's only one left in the wall. And Steve also with a very speedy Ishanten. Just looking to pair something up, either the 1-mon or the 1-so. 9-mon is a nice upgrade to a Nobutan shape. One of those tiles will come out. Perhaps Steve likes the 1-mon a little bit better because of the early 2-mon from Aaron. Technically, this is a good keep as well. Slightly widens your Ishanten because you're headless, so you can now draw the 5-so or 4-so for Tenpai. But instead, 6-pin will come into hand, and so it will be a 3-6-so wait. We saw a Tenpai for Oliver as well, Tanyao only. Not willing to take this sort of bad weight Riichi. We'll be looking to upgrade the shape. This gives the ability for Oliver to draw the 3-so and not deal in. But instead, Steve will draw the 3-so. And will be 2,000 point pickup to end the dealership. Anthony now at the helm. Pretty reasonable set of tiles here. Could be Tanyao, could just be Riichi Penfu. Very happy to open up to this. The only thing that's missing here is a Dora, but all of the Dora are in the wall, so could easily draw into one. To the right, Steve looking at just a Riichi only here, most likely. Or Riichi Sanshoku. 789 has a chance here. Over across the way. Not the best shapes. Might just turn this into a Tanyao. For Aaron on the left. Multiple pairs. Looks to be trying to draw around this 5-mon Dora. Was picked up at some point in the first 4 draws. And yeah, just commits to a Tanyao here, anticipating that at some point a connector will be drawn around this 5-mon. Steve sees the route to Sanshoku and moves in that direction. Dian Shanten now. Really looking for an 8-mon though. Anthony, big draw. This is Tenpai. Maybe, I know you can Riichi here for Riichi Tanyao, but you might just choose the Dama because there are some good upgrades. If you draw 8-pin, you have Riichi Penfu and Sanshoku chance. Of course, big question will be if the 6-pin comes out, does Anthony just take the Roan here? And if he draws the 6-pin, does he take the Tsumo or does he Huriten Riichi the 5-pin for more value? Because there's a player that's open already, I suspect he'll just take the win. And now it's getting really late in the game. You're anticipating other players to be Tenpai soon. Aaron not giving up on this hand. Oh, yeah, decides now is the time to take it. Huriten Riichi, so the other players will possibly take notice here. And start to wonder why wasn't the Riichi taken earlier? Still 3 of these tiles in the wall. Anthony might be good for a Tsumo. 20 draws remain after this. And there's one of them. But Oliver has perhaps a chance to shift away from this. Just Ishanten here. Now Tenpai. Slam the 3-mon.
Each.
Does do so. Richinomi, but could be Tanyao on the 4-so. This weight's not looking very good in the wall. Only one of the 1-so and one of the 4-so. Ipatsu broken by Aaron. And there's the 4-so draw. Oh, without that chi, Anthony would have been dealing in. And now we'll see if Oliver draws the wrong tile. 6-mon passes, and somehow Aaron's found Tempai on the 5. 2 left in the wall, 1 left in the wall for this weight. So it's a 2 versus 2 versus 1. Oh, the 6! 4 pinches past, though. So Aaron can still dodge here. 4-so is now a double roan. 5 draws remain. Aaron gets a 7-mon. It passes. Steve. Tempai, if you push the 4. Or the 7. 7's slightly safer. Okay. I was worried there for a second. But Steve will escape. Everyone Tempai here. And just like that, 2,000 in the middle. One homba. Anthony retains the dealership. 1 door in hand. Oh, all these honor tiles. You kind of want to keep them because without the ability to call, this hand is feeling kind of hopeless. To the right, Steve. Oh, interesting 6-pin cut early. Just values all of these shapes. It's technically Dian Shantan here, so doesn't want to drop back any Shantan to hold better floaters. Does miss out on the 5-6-7 Sanchoku chance. Although that is very much a dream in this hand. It gets the great 4-so fill. Oops, sorry, now Dian Shantan for Steve. Across the way, Oliver looks like a Tanyao type hand. But awkward shapes into Aaron. 7-8-9 Sanchoku chance. Would be useful because you can incorporate the door and maybe get Chanta as well. It starts to draw more central tiles. Anthony's hand, we revisit, hasn't made much progress. But now there's at least a calling option with Itsu. However, the 9-pin is acting as the pair in the hand, and so this is still rather difficult to complete. See if Aaron commits to the Chanta here. Nope, still holds the efficient 4-5-so. Anticipating the 1-3 pin eventually leaving Steve's hand here. Because he wants to make use of the Dora. Oliver has drawn some great tiles. Still a couple Controns to fill, but this is technically Ishanten if you draw 3-mon or 6-mon. Really just a waiting game here. Yes. Steve draws the 2-pin after cutting the 1-3 shape. Oh, there's 7. So Itsu will be the plan for Anthony. However, Tempai found will take the Ricci on the 8. Suji trap created much earlier. We'll see if anybody falls for it. 8-mon is close to the door, so that does make it slightly worse. It is the door indicator, in fact. How bad does this 7 look? Bad enough for Anthony to not want to go further here. Chi into Tempai for Oliver grabs the ideal 6-mon, so it has a 3-6-mon weight. However, those tiles are all dying. 6 is completely gone. Only 1 3-mon. Oh, that's locked away in Steve's hand. So Oliver cannot win here. Does continue to press forward for the K10 though. Aaron doing the same. Dealer not willing to push the 7, so it's probably going to be no 10 here at the end of this hand. Aaron could trial out the 4-so here, but goes with a 9 instead. Oh, Tempai swap. Now the 4-mon 5-pin is the weight. And the 4 comes out. Anthony deals into the cheap hand. That puts us into East 3. All right, Steve. First dealership. What do we have here? This looks like a sequence type hand. Eventually, we might end up discarding one of the pairs, like the 1-mon pair. And maybe even there's a 7-8-9 Sanchoku. So maybe for that reason, the 8 pair will leave instead. That's a great draw as well. Discards away from the 4, so just holding all of the shapes together because this is technically Shantan. And the 7-8-9 Sanchoku has become a lot harder given that 3 of the 9-mon have been discarded. Oliver to the right has the ability to call the east. Had a lonely door in hand. Wants to draw something around that. Aaron across the way. Dion Shanten, it looks... No? Yeah. Needs to draw 2 pin and 3-6-0 and 5-8 pin. Anthony on the left. Not amazing shapes here. That Kanchan looks great if you can fill it with the 5 pin, the Diancon 2-4-6. But instead, the 5-pin door is actually going to go to Oliver. Now, Ipeco door 2 chance. It could easily just open up on the east for East door 2. Put some distance between him and 4th place. And here's the east.
Boom.
Called immediately. 1 so 4 so the weight. If Anthony shifts this into Tanya, might deal in, but for now has the 1 so secured into hand. There are 3 tiles left in the wall. Oh, there's the 2-pin draw. And we're going to see a 2-5-8 Ricci for Aaron. Quite strong, but Steve is going to fight right back. Ricci, Pinfu, 3-6-9. Oh, and there's a 9-mon. But the 1 so is drawn. Anthony dodges, and Oliver will steal this hand away. Tondora 2. Not just the 3900, but also 2 Ricci sticks as well will put Oliver all the way into 2nd place. And currently Aaron still the only player above 30,000. Looking at a pretty reasonable 1st place here for Aaron, but again, so much time in this game for things to change. Oliver, very spicy high pie here. Lots of dragons. Gives up the dream immediately. Just says, I want to play efficiently here. Has a Dora 2. I should say Dora as well. Wants Dora 2. And while we're speaking of that, Anthony across the way with a pair of 1-mon. Looking quite strong for this hand. Could call the east for East Dora 2, just like Oliver got in the last hand. And this is Ishanten already, so we'll see the call into Tempai on the 4-7 pin. I paused for a second there because I saw so few tiles lighting up. I couldn't believe that there were 7 in the wall, but there are 7. And Oliver, with this floating 7-pin, might end up discarding Khan for sure. Khan flips another door. This is a Mungon now. This is exactly what Anthony needs. A lot of times players are hesitant to Khan in A1, but Anthony has been playing very aggressively because he has one goal in mind, and that is take as many points as you can. And in this situation, just in general, it's very good to con because you are definitely the first attempt by. It's so rare that somebody else beats you to it. And you have a good weight as well. So as players start to advance their hand, they will most likely be discarding some of their internal tiles later and maybe even deal into you. Oliver on the precipice of dealing in himself as he really wants to use this Dora. I guess if he draws... Oh, nope, there's the Dora connector, and the 7 will come out and deal into the Mongon. Toln, Dora 3 will put Anthony over 30,000 and drop Oliver back to 4th. And we move into the South rounds of this 3rd game. Aaron, Dealer, Anthony to the right. Steve across the way has maybe the worst hand here. I mean, there's a Dora, sure, but it's looking really awkward to complete. Itsu chance, at least for Anthony on the right. And Dealer... Okay, this hand's not great either. You have to fill that Dora Kanchan shape. Maybe this turns into Tanya and you just give up on the Dora. because it's getting... It is still pretty tricky to put together. Oliver, 2 away from Tempai on the left. Some of the draws would be really nice for a Pinfu chance. Anthony holds the Nobitan shape, believes in the Itsu here, needs a 3-pin and a 7-pin. There are a couple of those tiles in the wall. 2 3-pin, 3 7-pin. Oh, this is just an efficient keep. Dreaming of 4-5-6 Sanchoku, I'm sure, but the 4-so is another natural cut here. 1-pin 4-so that you always lose something no matter what you cut here. And I think this is the correct play. I don't think you have to force Itsu here. You'll take Tempai if you get it, but there is a lot of value in moving to a Tanyao Pinfu with Sanchoku chance. So I think I like this play from Anthony. In the meantime, Steve has somehow worked this hand into something that actually looks like a hand. Ishanten now with 2 Dora.
Boom.
Aaron says it's time to make a move. 7-8-9 Sanchoku will be the play. Has not completed any of those shapes yet, but has the ability to open for it at least. Again, because we've been about the Itsu, this is a great switch. Gives us Tanyao chance. And wow, 3rd Dora drawn. This means that we're going to be left with a Shaba weight 6-mon, 9-mon.
Chi.
And Chi to break Ipatsu. Aaron out. Does not even fight for Keiten here. And that is prudent given that that's a Mongon across the way. There are no tiles left in the wall for this weight. We're going to see a chase. Oliver, 6-9 weight as well. Completely dead in the wall. The same weight in 2 different ways. And it's all on Aaron. Can he fold here? Anthony as well. Nothing really signals that the 6 should be safe, so I think he's safe from dealing in here. Oh, this 4-so. It does give you 2 tiles, but chooses the 2-mon, which is 1 chance with the number of 3-mon that are visible. Anthony's going to chase as well, waiting 3-6-so. That's the only tile weight that has tiles in the wall. 1-3-so. 1-6-mon. 1-6-so. Steve's safe. Oliver's safe. Aaron's safe. Aaron will pay out 3,000. And once again, we see just great work from around the table, dodging around each other's hands, maintaining Tempai if at all possible. And for Aaron, whose hand was definitely not possible, only losing 3,000 points in no 10 payments while dodging those expensive deal-ins. Entering South 2, though, Anthony making some progress. And the pot is so big for the next person who wins a hand. 3 Ricci sticks and a Homba. That's an extra 3,300 to the next winner. Aaron opens up quickly. Ishanten already, hoping to snatch those sticks back after paying 3,000 out from No 10. But Anthony the ability to open up on the South as well. Unfortunately, oh, there it is. Steve holding on to it. But lets it go on discard 3. I guess that's discard 4 given the pawn. And this means Anthony is in Ishanten here. Steve's hand looks very good for a classical hand, but probably can't be opened so easily. It's just Ishanten though. 2-so being the ideal draw. Across the way, Oliver approaching Tempai, but Aaron will get there first, waiting on the 8-pin that just came out. This is super sneaky. He knows that Steve can't use an 8-pin, and if it gets drawn again, it will come out. And also with the early 9-pins from the other player, looks like none of the players have an 8-pin in their hand. And now an upgrade for Aaron. 5-8. Steve might be in some trouble, depending on how he draws. Tough choice, but holds the shapes as they are. And there's the sumo. Aaron will take it away, grabbing all those sticks that were desperately vied for by all the players around the table. And that means that Aaron will be back over 40,000 points moving into South 3. Anthony, the only other player over 30,000. But we saw Anthony with an all-last Hanuman in the last game to steal first away. We'll see if he has some magic in him in this round. And I guess the all-last for this game as well. Oliver, though, opening up quickly for double south. The door is the 4-mon. And Oliver can certainly incorporate one into his hand. All the 4-mon in the wall yet. Steve, Altozuke here on the Chun. Might be able to shift this into Honitsu. We'll wait and see. Need some very good draws for that to happen. Aaron across the way with a very standard hand. This is actually just Ishanten for Riichi Pinfu, but with a 7-pin draw specifically, you can shift into Itsu Chance. Oh, and Aaron's just going for it. He realizes that he needs points and actually makes the play for it. The only way this doesn't make an Itsu push is if you draw 6-pin instead of the 7-9. Or if you draw the 8-pin itself. Steve, in the meantime, draws Hatsu pair. This is going to be Honitsu. This is going to be a Mangan, most likely. Unless somebody else can shut this down first. And Oliver is trying to do so. Ishanten, Diamen, Ishanten. Pushing the 6-0 out. But there's the Hatsu. It doesn't fit the hand. And we're going to see the opponent to Tempai. Is it a 9-so weight? Surely it is. And it's full Kabe too. 9-so looks so safe. It's once cut as well. But everyone knows that Steve is building Honitsu here, so tiles are dangerous to cut here, even with no overflow. Kan! And there's the Haku. Do you show Song and Hellweight? Steve goes for it! Oh, this is incredible! But the 4-mon is drawn and that's going to deal it to Oliver, shutting down the magical hand. Oh, what a miss. What a shame for Steve. That would have been insanity. Kan into Shosang and Honitsu. Oh, the dream died in an instant. And just like that, though, the South 4 has gotten insane. Aaron only at 34,100. Oliver just out of range below 30,000. Mr. just above 30,000. And Steve, even with a Mangan here, could take first place. It's anybody's game. Oliver. Dealer now. Haku in hand. The ability to open. But Aaron does so first with double South Dora 1. Ishanten. Great shapes as well to steal away this first place. Aaron desperately needs a first place in this game. But Oliver fills an Anko, and Aaron will take the Tempai. Chooses the 2-mon, and Steve! No, the 2-mon in that hand is all by itself. We'll see if you can draw a connector before it becomes too dangerous. Oh, if it's early enough, there's temptation for Aaron to break Tempai here, but no, just takes the weight as is. Slight miss on the Sanchoku, but Aaron really just wants this win more than anything else. Across the way, Anthony is actually Ishanten here. 5-mon is a very standard cut. And we'll see if he can draw the 7-pin for the ideal Tempai. In the meantime, Oliver Ishanten as well, with very sticky tiles. There's the 2-mon pair up. Steve might be saved here. And the Dora draw. Oh no, do you just have to keep it? And Aaron will break Tempai. Aiming for Mangan here. Not content with just 39. Chi into Tempai is passed. Does not like the idea of a 4-pin weight here. And maybe for good reason. That's paired up in Anthony's hand. Steve, not great shapes here. The worst hand at the table. And Oliver holding this Kan. Maybe he has some Rinshan magic in mind. Pulls the Kan. Reveals the North to be Dora. But that's not relevant to any of the players at this table. It does mean extra Ura indicators. If anyone can draw one. Drawn to a Riichi. Another pair for Anthony. Maybe you take the Yankan for Tanyao. And that will give Tempai back to Aaron. 3 6-pin weight. 3 tiles left in the wall here for the Mangan. Aaron, it would be such a big hit as well. If he could sumo and knock Anthony below 30,000, would be a gain of 13,000 points here. And there it is! There's the sumo! Aaron is back in business! After that, Mangan Sumo will take a plus 32.1. Anthony in second place, negative 1.8. Oliver, the negative 9.6, and Steve, negative 20. And all of the sudden, with one game remaining, It is Steve who drops into last place in A1. And Aaron, after picking up 32 points, will be at 134.5. Sorry, 124.5. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong number. It's 120.6. So Aaron actually almost safe. Needs to surpass Lucas's 105.3, but of course, Lucas still has 4 games. Andrew above that has 4 games. Anything could happen there for Aaron. You just have to put yourself in the best position possible. And there's 1 game still to determine the final arrangement of numbers in this demotion zone. Anthony, after that very small second place, still in all right position with 1 good finish. Puts a lot of pressure on Korak, puts a lot of pressure on me, in fact. But as long as he is in the positives for this last game, it has a chance at being league champion for the season. The players take a moment to look at the scoreboard, determine what their goals are. Of course, the obvious answer is first place. For Steve, that's almost a necessity here. You know that you must be ahead of Hadu and Joshua because their scores are locked into place. But not only that, you should also be ahead of Aaron at the end of the series and then wait and see what happens for the rest. It's very likely that you'll need to be in at least the 16th position to be safe because Lucas and Andrew are at the same table. Unless they both go negative, it is not likely that they will both drop below you. And because they're at the same table, there's a decent chance that one of them finishes positive and the other one finishes negative. So more likely than not, only one player is going to dip. And for that reason, you really want to be ahead of that negative 115 mark. And that means that Steve is looking for a plus 51 game. Very challenging. But if anyone can do it, it's Steve. RNO champion this season. Of course, after winning Richie Nomi Open. Yeah, Korak has said that in the chat. He said he used up all his luck for the year. So maybe heading to A2, we'll see if his premonition comes true. Maybe still a little bit of Zelkin magic left in this final game. For Aaron, that first place was incredible. And what a move to switch away from the Kanchan weight for 3900, which would have confirmed first. If with a sumo, it would have confirmed the +5 Uma. But Aaron knew that he needed more in this situation to give himself the best chance to promote, swapped away, and managed to draw into the Mangan Sumo for maximum point gain. Gives himself a really good chance to stave off demotion here. Anthony, of course, any positive result is good, but you want to take as many points as you can. This is your final chance. Still 3 minutes yet to go before this game starts. Maybe in these 3 minutes, we can take a moment to see what happened with the other series that was going on. A2 match, of course, live. And I believe they've finished one of their games. It was Alfred taking the big first place, plus 42.0. Bichen, a big second, plus 15.3. Pio went negative, 17.3. And Amy, the fourth place, negative 40.0. The big hand in that game was Alfred, with Richie, Ipatsumo, Tanyao, Dora 5 for Baimon. Gyakten, first place. Bichen had a great advantage in that game until that Ipatsumo for the Baimon. And Alfred, after one game in A2, Session 6, almost a lock to promote into A1. However, there's still three more games, and these players are crazy. You never know what's going to happen at that table. And after this final game in A1, we will shift our attention, most likely, to that A2 series. All right, just seconds away from the start of this one. A chance for us to catch our breath. Let's grab some popcorn too, because this is going to be exciting. And they're off. Steve, first dealer. Anthony to the right. Oliver, our toyman across the table. And Aaron on the left. Doors the 8-pin. Steve, high pies, very weak. Does pair up the magical south tile, but has so many of these honor tiles to get rid of. And even when you do so, you have all of these Conchan shapes. We'll see if Steve can wrangle this into something workable. Anthony to the right, June pair. Call and go perhaps for a small point gain to end Steve's dealership. Across the way, Oliver. Reasonable shapes here. Dian Shanten. Potential final weight of a Shaba 1-mon, 2-mon is very bad because the 1-mon is twice cut and then the 2-mon follows. So Oliver will instantly exit away from that shape. Aaron, probably the most classical hand here, aiming for a Ricci Dora 1, maybe Ricci Pinfu. Well, we've just about hit the row, the end of row 1. And Steve has managed to make this hand look more like something that can win here. At least it has blocks. Your high pie was that bad, though. Almost any draw is going to be useful to you. Yeah, Anthony still let the tune pass, not willing to open up for just one Han. And Aaron will get the Ricci Dora 1, waiting Con 5-mon. Wow, Anthony got rid of it just in time. But given the current state of his hand, not very likely to continue pushing this. Half of a Suji trap has been created now with the 8-mon being cut. We'll see if a 2-mon follows. Chi for Anthony. Is this a fight? I mean, I guess it has to be, right? Giving up safe tiles there. We're seeing a very aggressive play from Anthony through the series. 2-mon leaves the hand of Oliver, so now 5-mon, Nakasuji trapped. But Steve might just fight for this dealership. Goes with a safer south pair to begin with. But we've seen these players mawashi very well over the course of these 3 games. We'll see if Steve can draw a 2-pin and maybe start to fight for his hand. Oliver getting great draws. And unfortunately, that means that he doesn't have a lot of safety. His safetiest tile probably is the deal-in 5-mon here. Anthony still working. Hasn't found anything yet. This should be tapped by. If you want to push 6-pin, and it is taken, Dama. 3-so, 6-so, 3-so's Genbutsu. 2 of those tiles are left in the wall, as well as 2 6-so. This is the classic Oliver Dama. And of course, when the with Ricci no or Ricci Tanyao, I guess it would be. The second Ricci usually is better than the first one. Players might pay more caution to Oliver than to Aaron at that point. Steve is going to have a really tough time fighting this hand. Somehow Anthony's found Keishiki Tenpai. Oh, 3-so drawn. That's probably going to come out. And the Dama does end up paying off for Oliver. However, it's only 1,300 from Anthony, and then of course the Ricci stick. So Anthony now, dealer in East 2. Dora's the North. We have one in hand. Very good shapes to accompany it as well. Chance at 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, Sanchoku. To the right, that looks like a Manhonitsu with Chanta possibilities. Incredibly interesting hand from Oliver, and he'll go right for it with the Chun Pon. East Pon as well. Ton, Chun, Honitsu. Don't even need Chanta at this point. Although that's looking like the route it will end up taking. Across the way, Aaron hasn't been able to make much progress here. He throws out the Dora. Anthony makes sure to get rid of it as sooner rather than later. And Aaron does the same. Steve on the left. Tanyao shapes. Mon block is already complete, so should he draw any more Mon tiles, we might start to get a little bit worried. We do have some honor overflow from Oliver, but only 2 calls, so not clear if it's Tempai or not. Steve not willing to open up the hand to speed up and shut it down. Instead, fighting for value. Given Steve's position overall in the standings, makes a lot of sense. Perhaps earlier in the season, there'd be some incentive to do so, but not in this case. We do have to worry about the potential Sanmenchan Furiten, but it's Sanmenchan Saturday. I have the feeling that Steve is just going to fight with it. Anthony drawing more Mon tiles. This is Dian Shanten. Or Tanyao Pinfu potentially. Oh, and more pairs. These are not the tiles we were looking for. Oliver has yet to make any significant progress here. But if he pairs up a dragon tile, I wonder if he just cuts 2-1. You shouldn't, but it's a possibility. Just have a little fun with it. It looks like that's not going to happen as Haku is drawn here. But Aaron, not willing to drop the Mon tiles. I mean, this hand is a mess and there's no Dora. After having discarded it twice. So it's really not a hand worth fighting for, and I think Aaron's just going to hold that to the end. Steve, though, fighting still. Trying to find Tempai here. Shanten. Anthony will open up. Refuses to let the 2-mon leave the hand just yet. The 8-mon draw here isn't even that great for Oliver, but we will see Richi, not Furiten here. Richi, Tanyao, Pinfu waiting 3-6 so, and Aaron's just out. Anthony holding so many of these so winners. 3 so is gone as well. Only 1 6 so left in the wall. Anthony Tempai on 2 5-pin in the meantime. All the 5-pin gone. Only 1 2-pin left in the wall. It's a 1 versus 1, and Anthony has to push this 4. Oliver, another honor overflow. Missed out on the Hatsu pair as a result of keeping that 8-mon, and now that 8-mon's Suji at least. But not even safe here. That can be cheated into Tempai if you plan on pushing 4. The 4 looks terrible though, and Oliver declines. Still 5 draws left in the wall. 1 2-pin, 1 6 so. Oh, 5 comes out. Tanyao only. Anthony wins as the 5-pin was Nakasuji trapped against Steve. It was safe to Steve, of course, but Anthony with the sort of trapped weight will end up taking this one. And that's a start. Chun Pon to the right. Oliver attempting to speed up this hand once again. Second call. Tempai not taken. Declined. Oh, I see. That's not a 7-mon in hand. I thought that was I thought that was a 4 5 6. But Ishanten is very good. Now it's a 4 5 6. Still Ishanten for Oliver, but better shapes now. Anthony with his 1-pin Dora, hoping to pair that up. And Oliver has different plans. I see where this is going. Trying the Manhonitsu again. Still a Mangan push. Across the way. Aaron with good shapes. Chansidi Peiko and the Sozu. And this is Ishanten now. Oh, Dian Shanten. It's 3 6 so. And that's 7. So now we're Ishanten. Oliver did find Tempai in the 3. but Steve will hold that in hand. The only player who cannot use a 3 is Anthony. It'll be a Sumo instead. Big Sumo for Oliver. Mongon, and Anthony will eat the Oyakaburi. Right now, Oliver, playing spoiler to all of the players at the table, has had a really great series. Not slacking at all here. Oliver has a reasonable high pie as well. Can be double tone. Call into Ishanten. The ability to incorporate the Dora. Oh, what is this? Tenpai from Aaron. Okay. Well, Haku too, just like that. Oliver had the dealership for all of 30 seconds. And then we're in East 4. Aaron. Pretty close to taking over first place here. Any big dealer hand would do it. This dealer high pie features door acceptance, but not much else here. Just generally good floaters. We'll see what gets drawn into hand. Amazing hand for Steve here. Chooses to just take the Ishanten here. Technically headless. Could be a Pihu. Could be just a Richinomi. The big points are going to come on Steve's dealer turn. Oh, there's a Dora draw. That's unfortunate. The 9-so did not fit in the hand early, and the 7-so wasn't drawn until later. And the shapes were just so efficient that it didn't really make sense, but you're looking at all that value in your pond. Tanyao, 6, 7, 8, Sanshoku chance. Unfortunately, it just was not going to come to fruition for Steve. Still holding the Ishanten here. Desperately searching for a tile. It's actually pretty amazing that with this wide weight, he hasn't found anything yet. Anthony across the way with the door in hand. But it's very difficult to use. Needs to find the door indicator, and there's only one left. Finally, a temp I found. It is the Richi Pinfu. And Steve, Ipatsumo would be great, but not many tiles in the wall for this. Only 3 8-mon. There's the last 7, and Anthony's not going to be able to complete this hand with the door unless it pairs up. See, Anthony can't see the last 7, so might still... No, yeah, it goes with the 6 anyway. I think that's pretty smart. Oliver drawing into some very interesting shapes here. Not dreaming just yet, but with a 3-mon draw or a 5-mon draw, might have Swanko thoughts. This is actually Ishanten. 5-mon not available to be drawn. Diamen, Ishanten. Of course, you could draw other tiles to Tempai, but they're not as strong. 3-mon draw, for example. I guess that's actually better than I thought. 4, 7, 5. Wait.
Boom.
Here's the 7 into Tempai. Will Dama this hand would be Richinomi. The 1-mon just got pawned, so this weight looking a lot worse. Dora pushed. Of course, it's safe from Steve. And we will find Ryukyoku, Oliver, and Steve, the only 2 players Tempai. Southwind now. Very interesting hand for Aaron before we shift perspective. But it's Steve who's the dealer. And this is probably where Steve's going to make a stand. In this last dealer turn. East is available to be called. The rest of the shape's very poor. 1, 2, 3, Sanshoku is far off as well. Hatsupon from Aaron will be the call and go play. Understands that Steve's going to fight for everything in this dealership. Anthony to the right. Slightly better shapes. Multiple guest wind pairs. It's not super helpful. He might see the route to Pinchinitsu though. Honitsu. In fact, just goes ahead and calls the second north. It's almost a full committal to it. Could also shift to Toy Toy as well, though. Have to wait and see. Aaron gets a huge Penchon fill, and now Ishanten. Anthony, though, drawing well, but Oliver into Tempai. Con 8 so for Ipeco only, and Steve draws it. Oh no, that's got to come out. And this is going to be just Ipeco only for 1,300. Oliver continuing to wreak havoc on this table, not allowing anything from the other players. Well done. Anthony here as a dealer. Again, a last stand sort of situation. Except for the fact that Anthony is already in good standing in terms of the overall standings. But he wants his final score to be as high as possible. And currently, if the game were to end here, would be at approximately -10. Can you put something together on this dealership? There's a door in hand. Just multiple pairs. It's so awkward. Still, we'll try to move this around the best he can. Oliver again with an open hand that can be opened. On the Haku. No Dora, though. Will be very cheap. Across the way, Aaron. Reasonable shapes here. 2 Diancons to fill, but Dora acceptance is available, and that's a great upgrade to one of the Diancon shapes. Steve on the left, south pair, but doesn't really want to open on the south. Wants to be able to declare Ricci for value. One single Dora in that hand. Anthony maybe moving towards Chitoy here. A good draw for Aaron. Could take the Ishanten with a 4-so cut or hedge Tanya with the 1-3 pin cut. Chooses just to take the Ishanten. Steve a good fill. Still Ishanten there. Ricci Dora 1. Anthony 5 pairs. Did manage to get a big Dora draw. Oh, Pon. Now this is Toy Toy. Only one of these tiles has been discarded, the 9 pin. So it's actually still pretty live. The north, in fact, still walled. Aaron Dama on the 5-mon.
Each.
And Steve's gonna fight here. Ricci Nomi with the Peiko chance on the 3. But Anthony cannot discard these 3s. He needs Toy Toy. And he's got Dora 3, so it's going to be a fight. North is Shompai, and that's Steve's wind. Will Aaron give this up? Yes! Throws away the 6-so. Can't afford to deal directly into Steve. And that makes Anthony's task that much harder. A 3 drawn, but Anthony only has one more 9-pin. And that's being held by Aaron. Instead, it's a Tsumo from Steve. Ricci, Tsumo. Needs Ura, finds 1. That's something. But going to South 3, Steve is going to need more. At least he's given himself a chance. And shut down the big hand from Anthony as dealer. Oliver now. Probably a very good hand. And Dora can be used here. We'll see if he opens up for something fast. Aaron to the right might push towards Soul Honitsu. Could also be a Chitoy play with 4 pairs. There's Dora acceptance in that 3-mon. Steve also Dora accepting 3-mon. A 4-pin, 2-pin cuts signal that this hand could get funky. Could be a Honitsu instead. There's the Dora draw, so will be Honitsu. Unless Steve's Yakuman dreams, no. Honitsu will be the play. 2 Dora in Anthony's hand, though. This is a comeback hand. We'll have the question posed to him about that Haku. And Aaron not committing to Honitsu here. Now, because we have a Mon Honitsu being built here, might be a while before the Hatsu comes out. And Anthony, big decision. Is this Tanya or is this Haku Atozuke? Chooses the Haku. And there it is.
Boom.
Pulling into Tempai. Hakudora 2. Waiting. 5 mon, 8 mon. So many of those tiles being held, but still 3 in the wall. There's the Onko for Aaron. This hand's getting interesting. Another 5 mon drawn. So only 2 tiles left now. Both of them 8 mon. And Oliver shifting this to Mon Honitsu as well. Steve making more progress. Dianshan 10 now. Chun has been cut once, but still 1 in the wall. And Aaron, is this a Toy shift? No, lets the 7-pin pass. Pairs up the 6, so we're back to Chitoy, I think. Can the East pass? Still holds it. Maybe dreams of Suanko. Again, 2 8-mon in the wall, but multiple players will make use of it. Dealer for sure. Toyman as well. Aaron's the only question mark with that draw. Of course, Anthony can win on it. South pair up. Ishanten for Steve. This is a huge hand. South being held by Oliver. There's the 8!
Sumo.
Anthony will take the Tsumo. Hakudora 2 with a 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 total gain. Just like that, we go to all last. Oliver, the only player above 30,000 now. Can first place be taken here? Oliver is non-dealer. The gap to first doesn't matter. If Aaron Sumo's Mongon, he will be first. To Steve, the gap is less than 10,000, so Steve can Mongon Sumo into first. Anthony, the gap is more than 10,000, so Anthony needs more than Mongon Sumo. Perhaps a bonus Ricci stick would allow him to be able to steal first place away. Aaron, dealer, great hand. 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku live. Dora as well. Could just bail out with a Tanyao if things start to get scary from the other players. Oliver on the left. Kokshi or Junchan or Chanta, yet to be determined. To the right, Steve. To Dora. That's a chance at Mongon. It's a chance at first. Dion Shantan. Aaron opens up first. Takes the 6, 7, 8 chance. So Tanyao Sanchoku Dora 1 would be 5,800 on a own. Or 2,000 all on a Tsumo. Slight extension of the Tempai draws here. Now could draw a 5, 8 pin into Tempai in addition to the 3, 6. So Oliver now pairing up a bunch of tiles. Is this Chitoi Honroto? Anthony needs a Ricci here for value. There's a 6. And we're going to see the 3, 6 so weight taken with Tanyao. Sanchoku Dora 1 confirmed. And if another door is drawn, Aaron can swap the weight to 2, 5 so. With Mongon. Oliver, after 2 calls, senses the danger. He cannot see how many door are in that hand. Regardless of the number, you know it's going to be a bad hit. After cheating 6, 7, 8 twice and dropping 5 pin, you might even suspect something like a 7 pin Kanchan. Or a 6 pin. That's a deal in tile, but Steve can technically hold it. Does do so. Anthony has switched into Tanya mode. Still Oliver somehow Chitoi Shantan. Holding all of these Tanya tiles though. Tumon has become Suji, but it's only been cut once. 3 so will be retained. Oliver hasn't given up on this hand though. Now for the weight, only 1 of each tile remains. This would be a huge hand for Aaron to win. Steve thinking about calling for K10 here. Oh, Chi 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure that was the intended call. Still 2 tiles in the wall for this weight. Anthony, step closer. I guess that 6-mon only helps a little bit if you can find 6-pin rather. You can find the other 6-pin or a 5-mon. There's another chi into Tempai. You have to drop Dora, but Steve is desperate and does take that. Tempai for Anthony takes the Richi. Richi Tanyao only, waiting on 3-so, but Ipatsumo or Ura will make a Mangan. Here's the 5 that passes. 8 clears. Steve, one more draw to pass. Oh, Oliver can pull, and it doesn't. Oh no, the 3-so! It's a double roan!
No.
It's a triple roan! Richi, Hote, Tanyao for Anthony. Chitoi, Hote for Oliver. And Aaron, Hote, Sanshoku, Tanyao, Dora for the Mangan. And that spells the end of Steve's season, unless he could find a Yakuman. Of all things, why was the Sanzo the last draw on the wall? There's no choice but to push there. And Steve deals it in. Aaron climbing back, although Oliver, because he won the hand, still in first place. And Anthony stealing the Richi sticks. Moves up to 30,000. It's a positive result now. And just like that, everything has changed dramatically here. Aaron with a 789 Sanchoku chance. Ishanten with Dora. This is crazy. Could even just stay closed unless the 7-so comes out. I think you probably... even if the 9-pin, you might cheat for the confirmed Sanchoku. We'll have to wait and see if how greedy Aaron plays this. Steve, doing his best attempt at a Yakuman. We'll have to see if that can come together. Across the way, Anthony. Looks like a Chanta play is in order here. Maybe he's got 789 Sanchoku. And Dora acceptance as well. Oliver just generally good shapes here, but it's a little hard to use that Dora. Aaron, though, this is definitely the hand that is advanced the furthest. It's going to be a while before it finds Tempai. 9-pin has 3 in the wall. It'd be an amazing draw. And I wonder if Aaron reaches the 9, if he draws the 9 or takes the Dama, because that would be a 77 Dama. Richi, Sanchoku, Dora. Sumo, Ura would be Hane. That's a lot. That's a tall task. Or Hanuman. And maybe taking the 77 is just good enough. The wall keeps tempting Aaron into a more efficient play of cutting the north here, but Aaron standing tall. Ordinarily, Steve's hand would be excellent, but for his conditions here, needs more Anko. Anthony, considering Pon here, lets it pass. Trying to find a route to Mangan for Gyakuten. Chi for Keiten is interesting here. And Oliver will make that play. But that gives the 9-pin to Anthony, or to Aaron, and that does immediately snap Richi. Aaron going for it all here. Waiting on the 7-so. Richi, Sanchoku, Dora. It's Mangan already, 12,000. 1 7-so left in the wall. Oliver, all the incentive of the world to play safe. Same for Anthony. There's the last 7. I think this hand is locked out. 4-so Suji Trap, though, could be trouble, but Oliver has 4-mon. And 3-mon looks pretty safe, too. Yep, it's cleared. So 2 tiles of safety here. Does need to pass a few more, though. Pull on the 1-so. 3-pin just passed. Anthony. Ishanten now. Steve will attempt to find Tempai here, at least. Can call multiple ways into Tempai. Does this 6 so induce a fold from Anthony? He knows that there will be another hand. Most likely. Oh no, would have drawn into Tempai there, but of course, almost prefers to have another chance than just misses out on the points at Ryukyoku. It is only Aaron picking up 3,000. Net 2,000. One reach stick in the middle. 2 Honba. Aaron closing in on a big first place here. Haipai has door acceptance. The shapes are a little bit weak. A couple Penchan to work around. In fact, just throws one of those out right away. Immediate East Onko drawn for Steve. Needs more where that came from. Across the way, Anthony looks to just be a Ricci door hand, but they can accept a second Dora. And of course, as long as you have Ricci +1, there's always a Mangan chance. And with the Ricci stick in the middle, that would be enough for first. Oliver on the left, call and go perhaps. Just holding all good shapes and the ability to grab the Hatsu whenever it comes out. Aaron can make a play to Itsu here. Needs a 2-so, 4-so, 7-so for that. It's going to be a while, though, before Oliver tosses anything relevant. Anthony steadily approaching Tempai here. Steve finds that the most likely Yakuman here is Kokushi, but will fake the Honitsu for as long as possible. Steve needs to draw 5 tiles to Tempai. Still a pretty tall task, with only 11 draws remaining. Anthony, another upgrade. Ishanten now. Could be Ricci, Pinfu. Oh, not Tanyao here, but Ricci, Pinfu, Dora. Sumo Uda still Mangan. Aaron making the shift to Tanyao. Oliver Ishanten now. Dian Shanten rather. Still looking for that Hatsu. And even the Honitsu player doesn't have one. They're just all in the well somewhere. There it is. It's found. And can Oliver confirm first place here? Just needs an 8-so and a 4-7 pin. Anthony looking for the Dora. They're in the wall. 3 of them. Steve draws one, though. And just throws it out there. Can't make use of that. Better Ishanten for Anthony. It's wider. Doesn't have Pinfu, but probably don't need Pinfu here. One more Kokushi tile for Steve. Still needs 3 more. The 9-so is running out. In fact, unless Oliver drops it. And there it is. Kokushi dead.
Boom.
Pulled into Ishanten from Aaron. Not willing to concede here. That gives Steve another door draw, but this time he won't drop it out. He recognizes Kokushi's dead. He's not going to allow anyone else to find K10 here. Can Aaron repeat as dealer here? Hatsu won't do it. Oliver's trying to bail out here. Steve's bailing out. It's Aaron and Anthony fighting for Tempai. One Mon gives you pullouts. Do we see the 8 come out? No. Still holding because the 1 Mon is dead. And the 3-so, well, would have given 2 extra tiles, but Oliver just holding both of those. So Aaron's still hoping for a 7 Mon or a 2 Mon here. 4-7. So Baimon is a slight upgrade. Anthony misses. He won't be Tempai. And Aaron doesn't have another draw. No calls, so we're going to Ryukyoku. No one Tempai. And this is how the game is going to end. Oliver, first place. By just 200 points. Plus 26.0. Aaron, big second place. Plus 14.8 will reflect well for him in the standings. Anthony, finished positive. Plus 1.8. Did the best he could in this series. That, Sanzo, the definitely highlight of the game. And Steve, negative 42.6. Did what he had to. And unfortunately, that meant Guaranteed demotion at this point. What a series. Anthony finishes with plus 197.2, falling just shy of Korak. However, that does not mean Anthony doesn't have a chance here. Arthur has 2 games yet to play, and 42, 42 points in hand, rather. Can still claim top spot overall, but if he has a couple unfortunate finishes, that could mean Anthony takes the lead. Of course, I have some games to play early in the morning. It's a very tough table. For Aaron, that second place was massive. Moves up to 105.8, still in the demotion zone, but just barely. And with Lucas and Andrew at the same table, there is a very real chance that one of the two could dip below and save Aaron this season. What a comeback for Aaron after that first game, dipping all the way to last place. And just some incredible hands to make it back into possible safety. And he'll be waiting to see the final 6 games of A1 get played out. Yeah, it looks like up next is the A2 series. And it'll take me a second to set up for that. So I will take a quick break, grab some water, clear my throat. And when we come back, we will have the results from the previous A2 games and the one that's going on live right now. See you in a few.
I need to
All right, welcome
put
back,
on the stream
everybody.
for us.
I'll go ahead and introduce some new commentators here. Dustin and Stanley will be joining us, and I will make sure to let them see the action that's going on so they can provide this awesome commentary. I need a break after that series. My throat is dying, and it was certainly an exciting one. Dustin, I'm glad you were there to witness the triple roan on Haite after being the first player in Armel to perform such a task.
Yeah, I mean, they say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, right?
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see a win here for Amy. I did want to check in with the result of the last game. Do you know what happened in game number 2?
Yeah, should have. I believe he should have won a huge hand or a huge game. So now he's actually
I think
in the
Pio
running to
ended up in
promote back
last,
again.
which is good for me.
It's good for you.
You're right. Okay, Beachen started the day off at negative 40 something, now at positive 6.3. Amy started around positive 10, now at negative 30.3, so dipping a little bit with 2 games yet to go, still a chance to promote. And Pio dipping a little bit, but not out with 2 games to go. I'm seeing a little bit of lag, so I'll refresh, and I'm going to leave the commentary to you two.
All right.
Cool. I don't know what's going on yet because it's DC.
The dealer is going for
Dealer?
Cheeto, I believe.
Pio.
Yeah, Cheeto Ishanten. Dora East.
Oh,
They don't
oops.
have it.
Wait. Oh.
Oh wait.
Huh? Oh, probably because they're both bad anyways. He'll probably just swap it up next turn anyways.
No, but no, the pair was thrown. 6-mon.
No, it's Suwagiri.
Oh, is that just an immediate backfire?
Are we talking about Pio or are we talking about Bichen?
Pio.
No, it's Sumogiri. Yeah. We don't have to worry about that.
Oh, I see. It was like,
yeah.
What?
No, he Sumogiri'd it. Like, he got lucky. Oh, Bichen's Ishanta now. He might be able to Dorataki here. Like after, well, not Ishanten. Oops, I thought it was a 6.
Yeah, not quite.
No, he's nowhere close, but he's faking a Pinsu Honitsu right now. If anyone actually cares and wants to respect him.
Oh,
But
yeah, it's like,
sorry. But Pio is just waiting. And it was Amy's hand.
yeah, Pio at least got the Dora in hand. The Chun. The Chun was twice out by the time it was
out.
done.
Yeah,
So
you don't keep that.
Yeah, just feels bad seeing all those pairs in your pond with a Chi toy.
It's Tenpai now for Alfred across the board.
Ricci waiting on Sanzo.
Sanzo. He learned from maybe he heard tip about waiting on Sanzo.
Maybe, yeah.
I think he did because
Ricci Suji though.
Yeah, because Sanzo is 3 wall right now. It's pretty good.
Oh, the Dora. Well, Dora was a safe towel, so it goes out and they sumo. Ricci sumo. Nothing else but sand. And now we're in South 4. Oh, what is this? Sushi? Is that the word? Sushi for Pio? Oh, wait.
Sushi?
Pio. You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to do this. I mean, he can Kokushi too, right?
I mean, nah, see, and no Kokushi. It's full speed ahead.
Well, maybe Suiso, right? We can still have Suiso.
I guess, yeah, I forget. Yeah, that's the all honors one. I kind of forget sometimes.
Oh,
it
well.
Doesn't even need the Dora.
Dora. Would have been preferable.
Let's see, South.
South?
Amy's holding a South. I don't know how, like, some people will, like,
right here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, that's progressive Amy's hand.
Ishanten.
Tanya Chitoy Ishan?
It's Chitoy. Might not get ready in time.
Oop. Cut the penchon, doesn't matter.
So the 2 calls, Pio could call twice, but still not be Tenpai. I mean, well, they call twice, but only then be Tenpai.
There's so many artists left in the dead wall or in the wall still, so like this is actually a hand that he could potentially actually Suiso on. Oh, this Tenpai.
Not waiting on Sansa this time. It is near the door, so it'd be really hard to get that.
I know that's.
It's another honor. You don't need Montauk. We're going.
Yeah, we're going.
White Dragon is once out though. Well, it was like the fake Ryan Paco for Amy because they had the 667, 888, and 33455.
Okay. Might wait. Okay.
See
might change
West.
to
Where are
5.
the Wests? Wests are both in the wall.
Oh, if Amy waited on that, she would have. Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, not sure.
I don't know if she's figured it out yet.
4 pin.
I think she's like half figured it out, but I'm not sure because 4 pin's such a weird tile to hold.
Yeah,
in my opinion, because it's not even like. Yeah.
Like maybe. I mean, Peel. Oh, that's a West.
That's a West.
One White Dragon.
Ishanten now.
Oh no.
Ishanten for Suiso Tenpai.
Where's 2 4 pin in the wall? Where are they coming out from?
Yeah.
They already have it.
She might have to stop here.
Yeah,
she's gonna stop it. She's not gonna be able to win here.
Stop. I mean, yeah, it's.
Oh, East is now probably not gonna get cut. Actually,
the Green Dragon gets. That's North. It's double. Well, no, you can't really, because you'd have to like throw either you have to throw both of your White Dragons. I guess.
East is now all out of the wall. North is still.
It's Pei and White Dragon. It's 1 White Dragon. Pei's dead. The West gets out. Oh no! Is this a Rinshon?
No, he can't ring shot here. He actually cannot afford to ring shot here.
He can? I mean, what?
You just can't, right?
Oh, Amy! No! What? Hey! Amy!
What the world just happened?
I don't know.
Amy just pushed because I think she got baited by like the two like Yakuhai drops.
Maybe.
Suiso.
What? Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Huh. That's South 4 as well.
Is that South 4? South 4
I
think Peel's out of the motion now.
Oh, not quite.
Right, not quite, but it's gonna help him quite a bit.
It's a possibility, yeah. If Amy gets a 4th, any 4th, they'll be in the motion. So yeah, that's really that's.
Oh my! Good thing we tuned in to the last hand. In the beginning, we're just like, "Man, this is Suiso," and like he actually just wins the Suiso.
Well, I guess if Pio gets like a 3rd, then even though Amy will like go down, then Pio will still be down there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, Pio all he needs is a 35.1 second. So it's actually not that bad to overtake you, the person casting this game.
Yeah, I have a vested interest in this game.
Now you have to
at least of all the people
to
get hit, there's Amy. So there's at least like there's a decent enough chance that either one of them will like stop me from demoting, but that's not what I wanted to see.
Amy, Pio first, Amy second. Oh, that's not what you want.
Yeah, definitely not. But
yeah. It's quite unfortunate. Wow, I did not think that was coming out. I thought that was just gonna be a full bail from Amy, but
yeah, let's see. Standings that game that gave Amy -31. If they like folded out, were they first? It was just like
well, she would have been first. She was first and 4th flip, but
yeah, that's like I mean I've done I've done stuff like that, but it's like. Well, not quite like that, but my first triple Hoteron. It's like but so instead of like losing 33, would have gained like plus 27, like been positive and on the path to promoting possibly. But now you have to fight to avoid demotion. That's so devastating.
Dude, Alfred and Beachhead just both went in the PML Discord afterwards. Right after the dealt ended, they're like, "Yeah, we both turned on the stream just to watch the series so happen again." I think they are currently taking
It's like, especially
break.
like, I don't know, like,
damn, we tuned in for Triple Ron. We tuned in for Sui, so
yeah, it all
yeah.
lasts is only the beginning. Let's see.
I think they're on. I think they currently are going on a temporary break because they are playing all 4 games today, so it's gonna be quite
This
rough.
will be the last one. And the stakes just got raised, or all depending perspective.
I like how they're just all discussing this after this. All 4 of them are just in the Discord.
Yeah, especially like you got to like think about your game plan, especially with like Amy is like thinking like how to stay positive, how to promote, especially with like two like 2 people around what like the low. I mean, that's like 4 people even around like the low positives, but like now it's like completely out of the question. Unless, I mean, you could still get like plus 70, plus 90 game in. It's not unheard of.
So,
but it's a very tall order.
Apparently, Amy thought that she just thought it was Honitsu, like Toy Honitsu, and she didn't consider like Suiso at all. So, which would explain why she's just pushing Yaku
Yeah,
high.
it's I guess it's a good thing Pio didn't con then.
But I guess we can look for.
But if it was in the wall, it was like, oh man, I should have con. But it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess like being 2 calls and give some like plausible deniability for what you have.
Yeah. So I guess we should just do some math right now for anyone who needs to understand what the conditions are. Pio currently needs to take a first place. Just any type of first. Anything above a 30k first, so
Well, even a second would.
Or he needs to take a 35 more than 35k seconds. So he needs a 35,100 seconds. Meanwhile, Amy needs to not go 3rd or 4th. She's really in danger. If she takes a 4th, she's pretty much. Well, it depends. If Pio takes a 3rd or if Pio takes a 3rd or 4th and does not go over Dustin here, then Amy will be okay if she takes a small enough 3rd, but otherwise she'll be in a lot of danger if she goes into 3rd or 4th. Meanwhile, Alfred's condition is unchanged, just don't die. And Beachhead's condition is very simple, it's to just keep winning.
Well, what if Alfred wants to be the top of 8 too? They have to get a fairly good game, like plus 54-ish.
That's not that bad. It's not that easy.
Yeah, especially get like the plus 20 Uma. It's like 64,000.
I mean,
that's not too bad.
I mean, he just sees his own Sui, so
yeah,
not that hard. Yep. So, I mean, I think next game we'll just be paying attention to Amy and Pio a lot because these 2 players are quite quite at stake with their points. And Dustin specifically will just be like, Pio, please deal it.
Like, why are you getting this hair?
Pio, can you not Yakumon? Thank you. Oh, he Yakumon. I'm so happy.
And that's
so sad.
I don't know. Is the highest win average off of that? I know he is known as the Green Lord, so it might have still been the highest in the division before that, but the Yakumon definitely helps.
It definitely helps pad the stats with now an average win of 6,924, and that's just a whole 900 over the next person in this league. This is quite good. So I want Suiso. Have you ever gone Suiso before? I have not.
I don't think so. Not even in Sanma. But I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, I haven't never gone it. Just in ever. I've never gone it Sanma. I've never gone it. I've gone sushi in Sanma, but I haven't gone it IRL.
Yeah, I got a
or
sushi
Yonma at all.
somewhere, but that was in a friendly game.
Yeah, but insane suiso for Pio to hit. Basically, like the ideal target. Like you hit Amy, the most perfect person you actually need to hit, because
Yeah,
you could even think Amy hard enough, and you just take like a. If you just think Amy hard enough, and you don't like think at all, like you take a positive third, and Amy takes a really bad fourth, you can just also not demote and Amy demote as well. So there's a lot of conditions here that they both need to just constantly calculate while playing the game. Obviously, for Pio, the easiest thing is just take a first, right? But say for Amy, the best way to avoid demotion is to just take a positive game, and
right.
Alfred can just do whatever he wants really, except not die. Don't go like minus 100 and you'll be fine. And Beachhead will he needs to get some he needs to get some type of points, which is
Yeah,
quite
Bishan,
hard.
he doesn't want to like can't get a last without going negative. Even
I
an
don't think there
third will be not great.
I don't think there will be. Yeah, he will want to pass Garrett, but I do not know if there's any extra promotion slots uh, for 8-2 this season.
I think there
Considering this
is a
maybe it's
surprisingly large amount, at least in theory,
in theory,
because
but we are not
six
promising any type
people.
of
Yeah,
promotion slots. But anyways, Bishan still needs to overtake Garrick in order to contest a potential uh, promotion slot if two open up, and if two open up, then and he wants to go negative this game, or doesn't overtake Garrett, he's gonna be really sad. But anyways, one of yeah, we will go on a quite small break right now while we wait for the next game to start. So feel free to get some water, and we'll be back in right a bit.
8.
Just explain that the A2 is on delay and that we have...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is on delay, everybody. So we've got an A1 match for us instead. And I know Stanley and Dustin, you have been doing a great job of covering for me so far. And I think that's going to have to continue because my throat really is dead here. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we just hopped. It was a Suwanko Ishanta, but took the Ricci for the 5-on Kanchan. It's only one of those left in the wall. Ricci, Tanyao. Wait, and Ipeko. There's that at least.
Yep. I mean, I don't think it's ever winning, but see.
There's one more on the wall. It could come out. It's not too likely, but it could.
I'm surprised this was the Ricci in the first place because if you draw Dreamon, like, aren't you just sad? Also,
I guess
it doesn't matter because they knew they were gonna sumo, right? Like, sorry for question.
Or a 2 for Hanemon. Why not?
All right. Yep. Sorry. I'll just shut up from here.
Yeah.
I just wasn't reading.
You just read the wall. The 4/6 Kanchan always wins when you need it to.
Oh, sorry, Observer. Can we get the swap to Korak as dealer?
All right. So
Korak, Mr. A1 at the moment.
Has a pay in hand. It's a good sign.
He actually has a really good hand right here. This only really gets played one way.
From 2 calls from so long.
Yeah. Usually you'll keep the 8-pin, but since 9-pin got called, there's no reason to keep it for the 3-sided swap later. Oh, this hand just only plays itself from here on.
Yeah.
Now it's just...
So long as Tempo and 7-mon though, 2 left in the wall. Is that
Ricci.
Chun? Oh, this is a pay.
So it's gonna be 8-so Kanchan.
8-so. 2 left in the wall though, and it
It's
pushes along
really
off of Tempai.
Yep. 2 left is really good, and I don't think anyone's gonna.
But they get
got
back
into
Tempai,
5-8.
but it's Furry 10.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter because he just is not sumo the not drop on the 8. But yeah, I guess he'll not take the Furry 10 Tempai because 7-1 was a bad tile to cut anyways.
Yeah. Well, 7-so is a Kamutsu.
Yeah. This Dora drop is gonna make it so people can push Dora because it's really hard for anyone to use Dora in this hand. Oh, this is Tempai again. Is he gonna drop the 7-mon because Dora got dropped?
7-mon. It's kind of hard to drop.
It's pretty hard to drop, but Zilong's just gonna do it.
7-pin, 6-so. Both 7-pins still in the wall, and 1 6-so.
Meanwhile, Korak is just slowly
washing.
Sumo. It doesn't matter because it's Sumo. Ricci, Sumo, Chun, Dora. Did he flip anything?
No.
No, 3 is 2? No. So that's gonna be a good sumo from Loose.
Yeah, that ties up Korak and Daniel actually. Quick East call from Zilong, looking. East Dora. Ooh,
this hand is progressing very good. Dora. So this is probably like Pinfu, Rich Pinfu Dora. Oh! This is gonna be a really wide Ishanta now.
Yeah, lots of value if Daniel can get into Tempai.
That would have been Ishanten. Or Tempai, actually, if they just... No, it's Ishanten, my bad. This is now Tanya out here. For a potential Ipeko as well. But now this hand is callable. If 7-so comes out, it definitely should be... Oh, this is Tempai. Might be a double for here. This is going to be Tanya Dora 2 here. 477. Wait on 7-so. There's 2 left in the wall. Probably wait 2 pivot. Or potentially upgrade to an Ipeko as well before they slam the Ricci. Unfortunate that they didn't keep the 4-pin because that would have been a 3-6 pin 6-mon wait.
Yeah, not sure. Especially because like the mod shape is so connected, it almost feels like it'd be.
Oh, this is the perfect upgrade. So this is not to be the Ricci here on 4-7.
The clear Ada Yonkin there.
So there are currently 1 4 so and 2 7 mods. Or 2
Gee.
7 so there's gonna be 3 left total.
And loose
And
calling, but
winning this
still
is gonna
just
be
Ishanten.
huge. Rishi Tanya Dora Dora. So
Oh,
this
there's a
is
7 so,
this is
but
not a
can
stop.
fit
This is
in.
gonna be most likely a 6 so
Although,
Nakatsuchi, right?
We'll see what happens when loose gets to Tenpai, but because of the 8 so in their pawn, they could end up in Furry 10.
So there's currently 4 left. 4 tiles left? Or am I
Oh, a 6 so Tenpai for so long for that East Dora.
Ooh, it's probably gonna deal in with 6 so right here. Right now. Unless this is a full
Oh,
bail. Oh, it's
two
gonna
can
be a
fit
full
in.
bail.
Sumo.
And just
Which is gonna
Sumo.
inadvertently gonna hit the dealer sumo for a Mongon at least.
It just needs one aura, but doesn't get it, but it's still
Doesn't
dealer
get it.
Mongon. And that ties him with so long. Very nice and even scores, Sanmenchan.
Yep. So good dealer sumo for Daniel. Good job waiting to upgrade for Tanyao. And then waiting to upgrade to a 2-sided blade as well. I mean, it was perfect. It was perfectly normal for him to immediately just smash the button when he got Tenpai there as dealer with Dora Dora, but did
Yeah.
get patient, waited it out, and then waited for the perfect shape before reaching. So we'll get rewarded for that huge time with a current sharing first place with Zilong right now.
Yeah, like important to know, like it's like you sumo on the tile. Like if you did that 6-8, you didn't sumo the 7, so it's like it was very noticeably an improvement.
Huge fill here. And this is now Ishanten actually.
Yeah, just really needs a 6 so, but 2 left in the wall.
Yeah, while
Yeah,
we were
Dora
talking
3
about
for Korak,
Dora
though.
3 for Korak,
And they have the
it's
pair.
paid as 2 wall. Korak will probably just make it seem like it's Tanya on Tezuke maybe if he has to, if he gets the Tenpai here.
Yeah.
He also might Richi if he hits the 8 so just for Richi Dora 3. He might be just Chi here. Well, but he's gonna hold back on the Chi. He's not gonna take the non-con because he wants to definitely use the North for the pawn for an
Doesn't
easy
even
win.
want the Sananko chance. Probably doesn't matter too much, but it's
Doesn't
like
probably matter too much. But he wants to leave
yeah.
he's worried that the pay is being mochi mochi, so he's keeping the chance out for potential 8 so not getting punished on the 8 so.
Yeah.
Which is more likely than the 5 so to draw another 5 so.
Oh, but
This is
there's a
gonna be
pay
Tenpai. Is he
Anko.
gonna Richi? No Richi, but I mean I wouldn't Richi this. 3 just got dropped early. Just got dropped, so a 3 or 6 might follow up really soon, especially from Toyman loose right now. 6 is really huge and might just get dropped and whatever. Actually, and then 3 so might also get dropped by current dealer right now. Oh, so yeah, it's gonna be dropped by loose that like we said. It's gonna be for just a Dama 8000.
Yeah, keeping those honor tiles as safe tiles for later, but just caught off guard by the Dama.
I mean, I don't think anyone was.
Yeah,
It's
Dama from
Korak.
Korak.
Dama from Korak. Korak must be feeling really proud of himself. He's like, yeah, I was bluffing this entire season just so I can win Dama for this one hand.
Yeah, still needs
either
a little
way,
bit more, but there's all the south round left.
And now that's the Korak we know. We're opening up like usual on a good fill, chaining the 5 on a 4-6 block. And now also threatening that he has Dora. So Luce should definitely be careful dropping tiles, but
a pawn, but
it's gonna be another pawn. And it's gonna be 2 Shanten for Toyman Korak right now. Oh, but that's
but yeah,
it's technically Tenpai right now for our previous dealer Daniel.
Yeah, just 4 pin, no Yaku.
Probably waiting to upgrade to Dunman or Sanshoku right now.
Yeah, either is a possibility. And because we're in the south round, if they do get a Ryaman, they could just get the Pinfu. They could Dom. I don't know if they would, but they could.
Oh, Ishanten now for Korak. Is he gonna cut 3 or is he gonna cut west? most likely he's gonna cut 3 here because
Ooh,
because
safe tile.
keeping a safe tile and it's also harder to use. Since it's gonna get more dangerous later on, as there's around Dora.
Right.
It's gonna be Ishanten now for loose. Threatening a potential 5-6-7 Sanshoku here. And that should be Ishanten now. Wire Ishanten, but is Korak gonna want to take it? And he will.
Forpin
Eats.
comes
It's not
out,
gonna
but
be Dylan. And it's
it's
gonna
a
be the
Tadashi
Kagiri Richi. So I don't know if Korak knows if something's up. He definitely should though, because there was an 8-8-9 drop from hand, and that usually never happens. But that will only really matter when it's on the 4-pin. So if he's paying good attention, he probably won't deal in here. But this is it's not gonna matter
Ooh.
because it's gonna be a chase.
Well, it's a good thing Korak isn't Tenpai, because that second Richi, it's not looking great.
Yep, it's gonna be 6-9 here. Clark is holding 3 of the winning tiles so far. But he is gonna bail. He's gonna start bailing right now. And he probably has a okay bail path currently. Luce also I should mention, did give up the Sanshoku chance right here.
Oh, but
For
Dealer could also be Tenpai at that
Pinfu.
4-6 Kanchan yet again, but will they Richi? Will they Dama? No,
Is this
folds
gonna
out
be
with
a
a 6
full
pin.
bail? Oh, that's just gonna be another tile gone. All the 6 is gone, so there's only 1 9 so left. Meanwhile, 4-pin wise, there's only 2 4-pins left. So it's currently 1v2. I was like, that was not a Dama 10, but just Dama 5-pin. But I guess they thought it was just too risky right now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
Well, it's like kind of like
It's not safe. 6 is not safe. Yeah, so I think they're just gonna full bail from here. There's almost no reason not to when you have plenty of safe tiles left. You have 5 so, 8 so.
there's one of those
That's
4-pin,
4-pin, so now there's just one of each left.
They
One
could,
4-pin and one 9 so.
Yeah, Dama 4-pin Tenpai. Ipeiko Tanyo Dora 2.
So this has a chance of getting double rolled if it does come out from loose, because I don't think Karak is dropping this ever.
No.
And he has plenty of perfect. Plenty of safe tiles. Because good Mawashi from Dealer. Completely Mawashing into a Ipeiko Tanya Dora 2 for another Dealer Mongon, but this time won't be a 3-person Tenpai, and good bailing from Korak. Not pushing the Tanya out and ending up holding almost 5 or 6 of people's winning tiles.
Boom.
Another quick pawn from Korak. It just has to be the Toy. They have the
Toy.
Peyanko, but they're in the west seat. The 4-so 7-pin, not the easiest tiles to call though. Yeah, I guess it could become Honitsu. It just dumped the 4-sos, and they might do that right here.
I think he dumps Chun right here first.
1 pin, it's fair enough. It's like 1 pin won't necessarily help you too much.
Because if you draw 3-pin, you already have. You draw 4-so for Chun Tonki.
Yeah, getting the 3, 4, 5 is pretty hard when you have pawned the 3 already, but there's still the 1 more left in the wall somewhere.
That's just unlucky that the 7-so does come out again.
7-pin. Well,
yeah, if 7-pin gets pulled, I don't think 7-pin will come out ever. But I think if it does, it's definitely gonna get pulled now with that East hold. Currently Tonki on. Just maybe point his in a. Oh, you know what the shape reminds me of? Reminds me of Peter's shape earlier. I see this exact thing. He's like, I'll just Tonki on this stuff. And if
it's a white dragon, but it's Toy Scout, so not really too useful here.
So Chun is 2 cut. East is also 1. East is technically 1 cut by the indicator, so.
Oh, there's.
That's Tenpai here.
Chun 7-pin.
Can win on 7-pin.
And then the 7-pin appeared in Daniel's hand, so
which is fine because he can always just swap to a 2-sided if he draws 8 or 6-pin, or it might even prefer to take a Konchan here over just 1-sided Shabo. He currently cannot win on the 7-pin.
This isn't Toy anyway, so there's no reason to keep the Shabo, especially with one of the ends being dead.
Yes. So it's just a matter of time before he will swap over to a Konchan. He might even swap over to a Konchan here. Because there's almost no reason not to swap when you know your weight is pretty much dead. Because there's no way there's a 4-pin like being held. I mean not 4 being held, but like not being used in this current state.
Right, but you see the 4-pin come out, it's like, oh, it's a Tsuji trap, right?
Oh. No, it was Ishanten. There's that. Oh. Yeah, if they took the 5-mon Ricci, it could have shaboed, but decided not to. Electing to take the...
Yeah, I guess... Moose
that's
could
perfect.
be at risk of demotion, doesn't want to like...
I mean, this is perfect here. This is not just
Dama.
You can either Ricci this or you can Dama. Will be Ricci Pinfu on
and Korak falls out with the Chun.
Yeah, I mean 5-mon was too risky against this. Yeah. Oh, and that's just one of the 3 6s. We'll make a fold happen. And I guess Korak is also out of the game here too. Unless he redraws back into K10, which totally can
it's
happen.
a possibility.
If
not too great, but it's a possibility.
I was gonna say if 7-pin gets dropped by what but I was like, wait, 7-pin can never get dropped.
It's like
I mean this is Tempai, but I don't think you could ever push 5-mon, so it might be north from here. Yep.
Yeah, north.
Is this Tempai?
Yeah.
It's gonna push the 8-pin.
Dragon. It's
really risky, but it is gonna pass here. So we'll just be 2 people in Tempai.
Yep, dealership passes. Zolong loses first place, but only by a little bit. And there is 3,600 in the middle now. Oh, is this another? No, it's South Green Dragon. It doesn't believe in the pay, but it's easily South Green Dragon Chanta. Or even Honitsu, even, yeah. Lots of ways for this to get Mongon. But even then, the 3,600 in the middle, you don't necessarily want to greed that much. But, I mean, with a hand like this, you can't really do anything but that.
I think you can cut 7-mon here and go for Honitsu. But
yeah, it's... East is once cut. I mean, it's...
East is one cut.
Way.
But... You could have had Chanta if you didn't cut the 1, so... Which is really sad. But did you really want Chanta? Probably not. Oh, it's gonna pass up the Hatsu pawn. We'll cut 3-4. So this is gonna be really pushing if they draw the 5-so later. Because they're gonna have to force a 5-7. They're gonna have to force a 5-7 Konchan here.
Yeah, I
think the plan... Okay, I was gonna say that I think the plan initially was to not pawn Hatsu, to drop 3-pin, and then get Chanta Sanshoku non. But obviously the plan is aborted now because the hand is going too slow, and obviously he's gonna fill the ramen shape for Ishanten here. If he fills 8-so here,
I mean, I think she can. I mean, it's a possibility. Let's see.
Yeah,
8-so.
If Luce drops
8-so left.
Oh,
7-pin. That's
I mean, now
you're not committing to the half. I mean, yeah. I guess you just call anything right now. I guess
the 7-pin didn't really contribute to the Honitsu, so I think it was actually okay.
369 weight. 9-mon for the Itsu. 3 of those left from the wall. I know. I guess that East did come out, but it's like, especially with that 3,600 mil, it feels a little sad not getting your that's Tempai on the 8-so.
Tempai.
Dama, but it's the sumo, not on the Takame. That's Ricci Sumo Pinfu and an Uro one.
Big hand from Korak
back into positive third.
Yep.
Now
what was last initially, but then just kept slowly crawling back from the Suwango, guys?
Maybe.
Yeah, probably not.
Maybe forcing the toy a bit. No,
It just looks like
probably
reaching.
not.
It just looks like Renomi to me. Maybe
Could be a
Richie,
Sananko,
Sumo,
maybe.
Sanko.
Shun is the one's cutting out, so it's a little sad.
Oh,
And there's
nope.
another Ryaman as well.
Nice looking.
It's like cutting a pair.
Oh, you know this hand could slowly become Pinfu?
It could. I mean,
If you...
I don't,
Well, you're gonna cut
you
Forso
can't
here.
really.
It can, actually, because you drop Forso. Oh, see? He's looking for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku here.
I guess it must be the...
2-3-4 Sanshoku, and if you cut 3 Mon, you can use Dora if you draw 1 Mon.
I mean...
I don't disagree with the play.
Yeah, Forso, yeah.
Because that was quite smart of him to do that. And you're only really punished if you only draw the 3 Mon again.
Tenpai for Tanya. Tanya. 2 Mon, 5 pin.
Might swap here. Never mind. We'll swap to a different weight.
I think it's
will
fine
they swap?
To keep that weight.
Will you go? Oh, there's Rishi here.
6'9".
We'll be 6'9", so for Rishinomi, just like I predict. Oh, but
and if they did swap their weight, that would be the wrong.
Nisos are 3 wall, 3 dead. So currently 4 left in the
wall. Yeah. Oh, chasing Ricci on the Dora doesn't matter. Oh, just on 2 pin.
Oh,
there's a Sumo.
If he puts Ura 3 here, it's so good.
Not
sorry,
even
I tried that.
It's a 42 at least. It's a dealer. They're first. They don't need that much. You gotta work.
I would really like Ura 3 there just to cement the game over.
Yeah.
Well, it's not over until it's actually over.
Or even
I learned that from
even
PO.
1 would have been a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this has just Tanya for sure.
Yeah.
How he decides to build his Tanya to Korak here. Meanwhile, Toyman has a nice pair of Hatsus and pretty decent shapes for a potential challenge. We'll draw Dora here. So this is really good here. Oh. Yeah, and gonna be basically 2 Shanten from here. Oh, Quark's is drawing insane here.
It's like kind of... I mean, I guess you could just drop 6 and your pair is 7, so yeah.
Yeah, you could just drop 6. Like, this is just Tanya Sanshoku Dora, potentially.
Yeah,
and you can call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it's like...
I think this hand is... Oh, this could be another good fill. It's gonna be Ishanten for Toyman. Probably do not... Oh, it's gonna... Quark is now gonna play for a Water Ishanten. Because he's just...
maximum efficiency.
Maximum efficiency with such good shapes. Will be a Dora to pick up from Kamicha. Probably... We'll cut the 8-9? Or, we'll cut the 5 so.
Yeah, the 8-9 doesn't really feel great to keep.
Okay, now it's gonna be Ishanten.
6, 7, 8.
We'll probably cut... Ooh, might cut 6 so first.
Maybe.
But nah, he will take the overlapping 5 Mon.
Yeah,
which
to make
is fine.
The final weight a little less obvious, I guess.
Ooh, probably will cut the 6 so here though, for sure.
Oh. 4. I guess this gets more Ryanman.
But it might get paid off. He might get paid off here. Oh, but we'll swap from the Shabo to the 2-5 Mon.
7 Mon. Yeah, this is a Chi.
Oh, sorry, 7 so. I'm trolling. 7 Mon, I'm trolling. I thought that was a 7. Oops. I thought he was Tenpai. I'm trolling, guys. My bad.
Still 1.
1 left?
Yeah, 1 7 Mon in the wall, but...
Quark can confidently calm to Tenpai. Oh, yeah, he is Tenpai, my bad.
Already did.
On 5-8.
Yeah. Which... Mon, yeah, gets a nice little... 5800.
Is Luce also on 5-8? Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, are we just getting Dora double run here? I can see
that would
happening.
that would be a shame. Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is. There's 2 left.
Yeah.
2 left. Oh, but I don't think Luce swaps here. Like, you can't drop Jorosuchi here.
Yeah, I get. It looks like. Could I mean you don't solve of that. It's a surprise. 6-0 was safe, so fair.
Yeah, but you don't want to give Korak extra calls, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. I guess. Yeah. seeing that the Sanzo was coming on there, it's like, what if Korak did need that 6? So
Yeah,
it's
what
like,
if
fair
he
enough.
did need that 6? Because he did cut 7 after the Chi on the 8. That's quite sus. And you want to minimize any type of possibility of dealer continuously progressing their hand. That might actually be in their favor for Korak to just maintain Tempai and to just collect 1,000 from their toyman, which is our Shimocha right now.
There's one of those
Will
8-mon. Still one
be the
more
winning,
left for Zilong to draw out. Doesn't get it.
will be
Or
a
the
new cookie
7-mon.
here. 4-3 people in Tempai. Good catch up from Luce and Korak. And
yeah, that ties Zilong and Daniel and makes it, if Korak just gets a sumo, they'll bring them below 30k and you get the nice Uma bonus, but easier said than done.
yeah, so the 3,000 point swing was really good for Zilong and Daniel. So obviously, you know, Zilong wants to keep his Richie stick that he just threw in, which is looking quite likely with his hand when the tune potentially comes out later. But Daniel has quite a fast hand of himself if he does get the Hatsu Pawn.
Yeah, Luce
The shades are pretty
just
good
drew the
overall.
Peyanko.
Yeah.
And there's a Chun call.
Chun call here. Clark does not really care if people are going fast because this actually works in his favor where he's getting, faster hands just means that he's getting his dealer shit out fast.
Yeah, if people win a cheap hand, it's like, who cares? Like getting that extra Uma would be nice, but they have a bit of a buffer.
He doesn't really need it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can afford to take a second here too. I mean, whether he wants to or not is a different problem. But will be a 9-mon swap, maintaining the rank on a 2-4-6 mon. Meanwhile, Korak has now drawn the door 7 pin. We'll have to swap and can't really force a Tanya anymore. And that's gonna be
It's a little. I mean, with the 1 so pair, it's a little hard to force a Tanya there. Yeah.
So Daniel has now elected to drop his potentially his 2-4-6 mon to play around Dora, and which is gonna get paired up by Korak here. So it's gonna be really hard for Daniel to use any type of Dora since the 6s and 8s are quite slim. Sorry for doubting.
4-7, so
sorry for doubting, man.
I mean, there's no reason to doubt.
I've just been doubting all day. I didn't doubt Pio's Yakuman, so I'm just better on that side. So it's gonna be Ishanten now for Daniel. Could also be potentially. Nah, there's probably no reason to swap. Also, won't be 4-7. I don't know if Korak might stop on this. Korak actually had a good reason to stop on this to push Tanya here with Dora. It's gonna be 10 by now on 6-9 pin. Good thing Korak just cut the 9 pin. The 9s are 2 left, 6s are 1 left. But 4-7s are 1. Oh my god, there's too many yellow tiles.
And 9 pin definitely comes out of Zilong since
well, they're both coming out.
It's I mean, it's furry 10, but it's 3-sided.
It might be a 3-sided furry 10 Rishi from Korak here.
Keeps the Sanzo away.
But this is the winning tile for Luce here. 2 pin.
At least they didn't donate a Rigi stick.
Yep, good thing he didn't donate the Rishi stick, and it goes to the person that Korak really doesn't actually happy that wins off. So Luce, obviously from last, so no lesser of a chance that Zilong comes back, because now Zilong needs a Hanuman sumo instead of a Mongon sumo. If Zilong won that hand, obviously he would just have enough for a Mongon sumo to come back to a first.
If Zilong at the moment just get like +5, which is not great, but it's a way to getting out of demotion, at least like possible demotion. There's still a lot of unplayed games near the bottom of A1, but
I mean, he would definitely like to take a first here.
Nice. Yeah.
Taking a first here would send him out of demotion temporarily if he doesn't take a second.
Although
if he
I
doesn't
guess
take a second or a third. But this has come
Mongon
really
sumo
fast.
would just be the tie, right? Yeah.
Tanya sumo?
but it's something. You don't really want to split Fioma, but you'll take what you can get if
I
it
don't think he
happens
has
that
a
way.
choice because
Yeah,
he just needs to win this hand right
but
now. Well,
Shinichi for the dealer doesn't even want the honors. Could happen.
it
Especially
might be
like
a. Oh, I was like, oh, he could drop 7-1, but he cut 5 so early, so he can't do that. We'll just be Ishanta now for Zilong. Ooh, he might drop the. Okay, I say he might drop the 4-pin here to play a wider shape, but no reason to whatsoever.
oh, there's
We'll
Tenpai
draw, and we'll be waiting on 3-6.
3-6
is
by
oh.
it's not looking. Oh,
No.
but
Oh, it's gonna be
good
wrong
enough.
for
Yeah,
8,000 here, or I mean, sorry, 3,900. I thought he paired up the 4.
yeah. It's pretty unavoidable. Only way to.
Unavoidable.
Why would you go for 6-pin Tonki? Yeah, it's yeah.
I was
Yeah.
saying, oh, those shapes. So, good job by Korak coming back from 4th place to eventually take a first 27.4. Now saying, if we whenever the standings update, probably will be staying roughly around 200. Oh yeah, 267.2 over a 70-point gap. Exactly a 70-point gap from Anthony, who has finished all his games. So the only one catching up is Nathaniel, who would need to catch up currently at least 80 points.
It's definitely
Second,
possible.
not possible, but it's gonna be really hard, and Daniel's gonna have to do a really good.
Yeah.
Nathaniel's gonna have to do a really good job. While Daniel here, or sorry, so long, second at 9.3, will get a nice bump, and will be currently at negative 106.4. He is very, very, very close of getting out. He just needs to get a third, or a positive third at like
Well,
32.
it's not like
32K.
guaranteed, but
Well,
as long if Luce takes another minus 30 though, then it's not going to be.
oh,
great.
sorry, I thought Lucas finished his games.
No, Luce.
Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas.
No, Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas.
I was like at Lucas.
Still, yeah, not finished, but it's.
Yeah, not finished, but Zilong overall still needs to play a good game next, but he played a pretty good game, bailed when he needed to, and won a good hand. Plus 9.3 and currently at negative 106.4. Daniel currently at 8th now with a negative 6.2. Now at 28.1, so just in the middle of the standings. And Luce now needs to be really careful. Unfortunately, dealing into the Dama Mongon from Korak. I don't think anyone would have saw that one coming. But currently, with this game placing 4th at negative 30.5, and now the standings at 14th at negative 83.5. So Luce needs to be really careful in this game in the next game if Luce doesn't want to demote back into A2.
Yeah, most fourths are not going to be great unless it's like a really close one, but anything can happen still. And there are those unplayed games as well.
Funny enough, Daniel's the only one who can actually do quote unquote do anything, because there's probably no way you're getting plus 200 in one game, and you're probably also not going to get plus minus 80 in one game. So Daniel will probably just be playing the best he can. Zilong and Luce just need to be very careful. Luce especially needs to not go negative this game, and also make sure that Zilong doesn't pop off and take another if Zilong takes a plus 30 and you go negative, you're just getting sent to demotion. And then whether you demote or not, it's up to Lucas, which is not what you want.
Yeah, I would say I was like having more agency, but usually around this time my games happen first, and I just have to watch and see what happens, which is interesting in its own way. But it's like, oh, I have less information.
Yeah, I mean overall, Korak too took a first this game and probably will want to take another first to make sure that Daniel has the hardest chance possible to catch up to him. So he obviously cannot take a bad game, but we'll be starting in a minute.
Yep, we're going into it. Korak first Steeler.
You might have to crunch some
And
numbers later if the game does get too close. Korak starting with a pretty decent hand. Just pretty good Pinfu shapes. Might be just Richie Pinfu here. Unless he pairs up to Dora. But speaking of Dora, Toyman does have a Dora and fills the 1-2 pen shot with a 3-pin. So overall, that's probably going to be... Oh, that's also fills the second
2, 3, 4,
Kanchan here.
5, 6.
Will be Ishanten now, and probably would be like Tenpai really soon.
Very good Ishanten, but what if they're stuck in Ishanten hell,
like,
right? That's not quite.
Okay, I got scared. I was like,
efficient.
oh shoot. I was like, oh god, did they just get Tenpai right now? Or like that quickly? 3 perfect draws into Tenpai?
It's sometimes it is that easy, but we'll see if Zilong gets Tenpai before the end of the first row or not.
Correct. Now has a potential 7-8-9 Sanshoku shift
with do a Jun. Oh, that's
Tenpai
though.
Junchan. That's Tenpai.
Yeah.
3-sided. Might just be a slap for 3-sided.
Yeah, 1-4-7.
Let's see. I think Cork here might have to bail on.
Yeah, they draw
temporarily just drop whatever you drew, but would have been the Tanyo upgrade if they waited 1 turn. I mean, obviously you're not going to wait 1 turn on this, but would have been very helpful if you went on the 4 or 7 mon. Oh, but it doesn't matter because they won the 1.
But if you did wait 1 turn, you wouldn't have gotten Tanyo. Well, you would have got Ipot.
Well, you got Tots, which would have been nice 2K, 4K. But good win by the person who needs it, Zilong.
I mean, yeah, it's like, as much as I like to say, wait 1 turn sometimes, it's a 3-sided wait. I mean, there's technically, there was the improvement there, the Tanya, but then you didn't end up getting the Tanya anyway.
Yeah, but you're more likely to probably just sumo it the next turn.
Yeah.
Which obviously doesn't matter, but I guess they would have potsed, but yeah, overall, good win by Zilong, and starting off with a strong 5,200. That's 1,326 sumo. Currently, Lucis the dealer, also another person that we need to pay attention to, because they cannot afford to just demote right here. Ooh, but that's going to be a really good Uncle of 2. Might just, we'll drop the 4. Play force a potential Sanshoku in the 6-7-8 or 7-8-9.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's why the 6-7-8-9 shape is kept around. Because it could be either, but
so we'll probably just cut the 4 mon here and just play for Ishanten on either side of the Sanshoku.
Yeah, 4 mon doesn't really do anything with his hand.
There's probably so most preferably you would just draw 6 mon or 6 pin.
Well, there's 6 pin. I mean
6 mon,
you don't want, But if you get the 9 mon, well, it's Dora. You lose your. Yes,
well, either way, it'll be. I guess most preferable, you'll just draw 8 so. That way, you'll have some type of value either way. Will be Dora, will be Sanshoku.
Yeah.
Oh, will be a nice Kanchan fill here by Korak.
Actually, be a 3-Han Takame with getting Sanshoku and Tanya, but
I will throw away his Itsu because he has too many blocks for that now. Will be Ishanten on the 2-4-6 Jonkon and a 5-6 win on 4-7 Danmen. But Toyman is currently building some sort of Sanshoku themselves. Potential 3-4-5 or 2-3-4.
Yeah, just 1 tile away from that.
Yeah, Luce is also potentially building into Pinfu as well. So this is not just a game of until when people draw whatever they need.
That's Autosuke call in the Forso. Sanshoku Dora 2.
Will not
Forso safe tile to dealer.
Will not cheat at 8 so for Atuzuke. But because they're just gonna draw themselves. There should be a Richie here on 6-9 mon. 9 mons are 1 left and 6 are 2.
So yeah, Richie Tanya Sanshoku or just Richie Dora.
Oh wait, there's 4 wall. This is really good. This is a really high chance to sumo this. Will be the winning tile, but won't throw Genbutsu here.
Yeah, the Forso Genbutsu not yet played by Korak, avoiding dealing in for now, but
Probably.
And 9-pin pair, yeah, it's definitely
Yeah,
safe to throw.
identifying that this is a potential chance. Oh, this might be a
What's that?
chase.
Not a Ricci, but it's 3-6-pin.
3-6 pin. We'll be on
6-pin is
6-pin
Genbutsu.
Genbutsu. Yep. Korak might eventually
Korak?
deal
Is
in the
that
4.
Tenpai?
Oh, he's
Yeah,
Tenpai on
it's
5-8.
Dama, but it's also Furry 10. So understandable to not throw the stick in. And then,
Well,
there's
there's gonna be a
fold.
bail here for Toyman.
I didn't like the 2-pin. There's no Suji information to really push that or any like Kabe, so understandable. Oh, there's a sumo.
Oh,
On the
that's good.
Sanchu, Ricci
Akabe
sumo,
sumo.
Sanchu, Tanya. Just needs one aura, but doesn't get it, but Dealer Manga and absolutely take that.
I did say four in the wall was really good at that timing, so
And yeah, they were all the Dora were drawn, so if you're gonna sumo, it had to be the Sanchu.
yeah, it had to be the good one. And it was quite crazy because almost everyone was at Tenpai at one point. But obviously, Toyman Daniel did bail off, and Korak was in Furry 10, but it doesn't really matter because his talent never would have came out in the first place.
Yeah. Korak could have ended up dealing the safe Forso to the Sanchu Dora too, but avoided it, but then ends up paying the 4K sumo anyway. But everyone shares in that.
Yeah, Zilong too was also in Tenpai for potential 3-pin Hakabe too for Pinfu Ipeiko Dora Dora if they want to Hakabe, but 6-pin would also just been Pinfu Dora 2.
Yeah, this Sand could technically there's a lot of shifting to do. It could do the funny Ipeiko Sanchuku. The blocks are kind of there, but it's a little hard to draw everything.
I think this hand might just be play for everything. Is that but you force Tanya out first, and then you'll think about it later. Because you can always just bail if you just hold 2 safe tiles here. Oh.
Yeah.
Toyman 2 is also just overflowing with too many blocks. Currently it's Ishanten if they... Oh, we'll swap to Tanya here. So, a potential 6, 7, 8 if it ever happens. Yeah, I don't think that's happening, but...
Yeah, it's...
Will be Ishanten.
It's pawn.
For a dealer.
Yeah. Ryaman, Sanmenchan, Ishanten.
Oh, yeah. And Zilong is now in Tenpai on 1-4.
It calls to Ricci.
For Rinomi, 1-4.
There's
will be a
258 Tenpai.
258
2
Tenpai.
and 8 are Genbutsu to the Ricci.
Each.
Yeah, but...
And another
it's going to be an immediate chase on a 5-8.
It's in Totsu, yeah. 5-8 so
5-8-6.
8 so's dead. 5 so is, well, they don't know it's dead, but it's dead.
It's dead.
So there's 1 6-pin in the wall they could win on.
Oh, it's gonna be a bail off by deal or lose. I mean, obviously drawing a dangerous tile right there.
Yeah, pins are not great to toss.
Yeah.
Sanzo safe to both of them.
Oh,
could switch back
here.
But Forso
what do
safe
you
to
drop
1.
Here? I think you drop Sosu or you drop 7.
Right. I don't think you dropped the pin because if you were gonna drop the pin, I would have just like
7, so
we'll
just elect a full bail from here.
It was like Kabe with a 6-mon, but maybe that was just like a timeout. Maybe.
Probably not.
And Nakatsuji, oh yeah, 1 and Genbutsu. Fair enough. And there's a sumo.
Will be a sumo on 1-4.
Ricci
sumo. That's it.
Dealer's hand and Loose's hand looking very like they want to be Chanta here.
Zilong feels a nice 7-mon here. Probably just try to go Chanta, but could just go for regular Richie Pinfu here.
Yeah, you don't really want to, but sometimes you just have to.
Yeah, and obviously Toyman here. Korak.
So many.
I was trying to ignore this because this is getting too disgusting right now. 2 Shanten from Chinitsu right now.
It's pawn 2 pin, and the 1 pin is just gonna follow, but easier said than done.
And technically, this is Ishanten. If he really wanted to take the early Ricci, if you fill 2-5. Oh, he would have drawn the 4 pin though if that pawn didn't happen. So that was
Daniel changing the flow.
changing the flow.
But the 2 pin is gonna flow out of that hand eventually.
But it's whether Korak wants to drop 3-4 into a really obvious. Oh, it's not obvious. I was gonna say this is really. So this is a pretty bad pawn way. Oh, 2 pin might come out here. It's gonna get pawned most likely.
Oh, he
passes. He's wary. He thinks that is senpai.
Maybe Korak's still holding onto the Dora, but like Shinizu.
Korak does not want to afford his Shinizu here because he has to drop Dora here. Potentially might try to pivot into Itsu instead. With that Naimon drop,
Luce's currently is looking like the Dora suit Hanitsu, so understandably be a little bit wary.
Will be a good fill for the 6-mon here. See, Korak is now shifting to Itsu here because he will refuse to drop Dora here, and it's gonna be Tenpai here on 2-5. Will Ceylon click the button? Or will he?
Yeah, there's no overflow. I mean, it's not even a half flush. But it does not.
Okay, so we'll refuses to take the Itsu away on con 5. Yeah. Instead, we'll take Rishi Pinfu, Dora 2.
I mean, if you
roughly the same value.
Itsu, you give a Dora to the board and then.
Yeah, it was the same value, so he should take the better weights currently.
Yeah,
I don't want to tell him that his 5 are just all being held by one person.
Is that I can't? Is that Tenpai?
I believe he is on con 3.
Oh yeah, but the 3-mon, they're never coming out.
Yeah, those are not coming out.
And they're all already in hand.
They're all held. This should just be a new Koku because unless there's 1 2-mon left technically that everyone needs. So it's most likely Deadwalled, but whoever sumos this is gonna be really happy about themselves. Oh, it's gonna be
he's along.
the dealer.
Nora.
So
465 out. Pretty good.
Crucial since Luce did
Dora 2 and a Yakuai pair to start off.
Yeah, this win was crucial because Luce did win among on Sumo, and this is the one person you don't want winning hands right now. Obviously, taking a huge swing back to first place, and actually struggle for a pretty strong hand here. Actually,
as long as Luce stays positive, they don't really care that Salong is winning, but it's another factor for sure.
You definitely do not want. You want to put Luce into the Shadow Realm, I like to call it, because that way you'll be guaranteed in case Andrew and Lucas, who have not played their games yet.
I mean, yeah, but you can't really you just take your wins, yeah.
And also, while we talk about the conditions, this might be a potential Toy Hatsu Dora 2 or Dora 3 if the 8-mon ever comes out. But we'll just have to see here because everyone else is progressing their hand quite nicely.
Yeah,
and the shapes are slowly coming together.
So they could just draw the last or one of the last few ones.
That's just gonna be a really clutch 7. So
4-7. So
that's gonna be Dora 3 now.
Oh yeah, they're those pawn candidates are not too great, but
so long as almost down to push close to every day now with Dora 3 in his hand.
Yeah, although it's like, you're facing the Ricci from your direct competitor though, so it's like, but you know what the Dora are. There's nothing to be scared of.
Yeah, because you'll probably just estimate this hand as just Ricci Pinfu or like something Ricci Pinfu Dora at best.
It's like, well, can you get your tiles into Tenpai?
Especially since this is Dora Suji. This is probably like. That's a Konchan, which you should not be a worry about because you have the Dora and it can't be Shampoo never.
There
will be a Sumo there. will just be Richie Pinfusumo. Will they
And
anything?
one around.
So will be a nice
Yeah, getting
flow of income back into
very
Luce's
close
pocket.
to first.
And Luce obviously here trying their best to stay above Ceylon to guarantee no demotion. So Luce's condition is to guarantee to stay above Ceylon no matter what.
Yeah, they have a decent enough hand for, well, lots of Conchons, but there's a possible 2-3-4 Sanchoku, but they drew the 3-4-5, but
Yeah, so
they can just move things along with just forcing the Tanyo, though, if they really want to.
Good. Currently, Daniel with a slow hand, but the shapes are actually just all well defined already. So this hand is going to be a Richie Pinfu with potential Dora.
Yeah, most likely.
Ooh.
Get that Ipeco.
With Ipeco chance, if you fill 2 Mon here, you draw 5-6 pin. But then if you draw 4 pin, you drop 3-4 Mon. Or like 4-7 pin, obviously. And then this is gonna be a 6 pin pickup. Will Long, he's gonna elect to go the Tanya route. And potentially just go Tanya Dora 2. Ooh, that's just gonna be technically a completing the set. Not gonna be Ishan 10 from Zilong. Maybe he'll just draw another 6 Wand and just reach on Richie Door 3.
Maybe.
But that's not gonna happen this time. So it's gonna be a 5-6 pin drop here for sure.
Dealer at the perfect Ishanten.
Ooh. There is a chance that Zilong drops Dora to go Richie Pin Fedora here.
Yeah, well, one will be Tempai on it, it looks like, but
Yeah.
might be a little scared to drop if there is a Richie before that.
I think it.
Which way do you choose?
Might actually probably does not
Midama,
might not have to come out here. You could also just Richie Shampoo.
You could, but Richi's waiting on the Pinfu.
Would it be would it be Suji on your decoration tile, which is quite sus? So if you had that set up beforehand, you could also have elected to Dama there, and then wait to draw 7 Mon. I mean 7 so for a potential 3 Han upgrade for Sanshoku plus Tanyao. Which obviously we know the 7s can't happen, almost can't happen. Well, straight up just can't happen because
sadly
they're all being
just the
held.
1 7-mon left in the wall for this weight, but
Dealer is willing to push
they don't
more
need
trials.
to win anymore necessarily.
Does Tempai for Korak here? Is he gonna sign the button?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay, we'll sign the button on 369, which is LT pots currently by
Loose. 5 so safe to everyone.
Oh, what if he pots if he went on the other side?
It doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter because it's gonna be run by Korak for Richidora.
Nothing else, but I guess Ipatsu Sumo would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have been quite spicy to reach Ipatsumo. And could have reached it on a relatively safe 9 Mon, since 6 Mon was declared as the Rishi tile. And 9s were pretty scarce.
Yeah, maybe just thinking.
Yeah, maybe Dora Sumo or Dora comes out again. Oh, it's gonna be 2 quick calls by Silong here. Potentially just forcing a free Honitsu. If they decide to drop 6 Mon, or we'll just take their free points. If whatever happens first.
Yeah, getting that hand will get them back into first, although just barely, but it's something. Yeah, it doesn't even want the East, even if it's not cut at all, just wants to move things along.
Oh, that's just Tempai from Korak. Probably we'll just slam this early Richie here.
Yep, slams it on the 4-so.
It's
really early. Have fun.
Yeah, no one's gonna be liking this one.
Ooh,
this is not good.
Waiting one turn at
Those is looking really weak right now. This is not good because if the 7-so comes out, I think many people are willing to just push it just because those looks so weak right now. 8-so and 5-so
left in the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, but it
Oh,
comes
it's gonna
out.
come out right here. It's gonna be Rishidogi or Rishidora for now. But we'll just be 3,900 for Korak.
Sand, it's not.
Okay.
I mean, that's a Dora. That's a Yakoi pair, but
A potential
the
cheat
Penchan, the
toy.
Kanchan,
Yeah, might just
Cheetoy, nah, from Korak. I don't think so.
he might if
I mean,
he
it
decides
really has to be.
if he decides the West is dangerous, he won't call it.
That's when
He
you
won't
just
throw
force.
it.
You call everything to force the Dora Tonki.
We'll see. But I think he doesn't have to. I think this hand was supposed to be Rishi. This chance that Chun becomes pair as well.
Yeah, it's depends where the hell are the Chun? Do they come out? Do they suck in the wall?
Probably. Oh, this is a really nice hand here. Currently, two Shanten from. Well, I was gonna say two Shanten for Shimo.
9-1.
Might Chi here.
Shampon.
Oh, but so Kork is now playing the Dorataki for sure here. Oh,
Yeah.
Is that Tenpai? A Tenpai on Con 8 pin for each Tsunomi.
8-pin.
8 pin is 3 wall.
There's an 8-pin. It's not safe.
It's not safe.
But if a 5-pin comes out,
Oh, Sumo.
not on the Dora. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Correct,
big Sumos overall.
Mangan on Korak's dealership, not gonna like that, and that brings Korak into last, going to South 2.
Yeah, just big wins overall from everyone. Mongons. Just only Mongons actually. One of the cheapest wins of just from Korak is just Rishidora.
And Lou's throwing out the door immediately.
Toyman filling a good Kanchan here, and has non the call. And could potentially Dorataki here. Meanwhile, Luce here. Discard Dora turn 1 to try to play this hand. Try to be active in this hand and not having to rat the Dora out the entire time. But inadvertently, this is going to make Dora look really weak this game. And have the potential to get Dora Takied on if she...
That's...
Oh, this is going to be a Tenpai here for 10-7 pin. Not going to reach
yet.
Electric could probably swap into Sanshoku, possibly. Or at least an Ipeiko.
Yeah, there's one slide along to it, but it's... I personally, I just like... If I'm not going to reach that, I just throw the 8-9.
Oh, no, this should be a swap now, for sure. There's almost no reason to... I say there's almost no reason to swap since you considered... Since you considered not reaching that immediately. Oh, what if Con...
well...
What if able Con? And
I guess...
Sumo. Good bailout, technically, by Zilong. Because there was a chance that Luce would have fell into the Dorataki. Luce cut Dora's first tile.
Yeah, they at least avoid any like bad dealings.
Yeah. Oh, Zilong with a really good start here. Ipeiko shape and 2 Shanten currently with potential 7-8-9 with Dora.
Ipeiko? No, it's Rion Peiko.
Rion Peiko?
Well, now,
probably not.
Yeah, probably not. But
probably not.
But it's kind of there.
No. You ain't convincing me. This hand is quite free to play. You just need to fill up. You just need to find a pair somewhere. Because those 4 and 5 sos are actually not real pairs at the moment. Because those are just part of your potential like 2-sided shapes. Hand's not progressing anywhere. Meanwhile, Luce on the left, making an Anko of 6 sos. Oh, that's gonna be Ishanta now for dealer.
I guess that's the way you get your pair.
You should probably drop 7-8 Mon. Yep, 7-8 Mon for your Sashoku. If you hit 7 pin, you'll be just the happiest person on the planet. And they're thinking that they might be able to cheat the 9 sos that are just not available.
Yeah, Yeah, unfortunate. Ooh,
Oh, it's gonna
7-8.
be on the
Eat.
7-8.
Oh, they're chasing Ricci.
It's just
See,
gonna immediately
6-9
get chased
still.
by Korak by 6-9. Everyone's just on some sort of Sozu. Wait,
The 9 cells are dead.
9 So's are dead. 6 So's are
Uh,
all dead. Actually, in fact,
but well, like
7 So is dead. So 8 So has a really high chance of coming out. From Korak. Still on Ishanten right now, but
yeah,
well,
but Zalon needs a 6-9,
yeah,
so they can't
he's
get them.
just doomed. He's not gonna be able to get Senpai unless he gets the 7-pin out.
I mean, yeah,
He'll cheat and he'll just.
they could K10.
Oh, Zillock might be able to swap his Tenpai here? I mean, he'll just drop 9-mon first. Oh, we'll just drop 9-pin. We'll do Sushi to 6-pin that did get dropped after the Riichi.
Yeah.
But 8s are currently 2 left in the wall. 7s are dead. 7, 6, 9 are all dead. 8 is 2 wall. And that's from Daniel. No one else can do anything here. But no one can use 8 here. Well, I mean, Dealer and Korak Toyman can't use 8 here. Luce can definitely still use 8, but I think Luce is on bail right now. On bail duty. Dealer is also on bail duty.
If they kept the 8-mon, could be Tenpai right now, but
they
way to
actually
win.
they should be really thankful they're not actually Tenpai. Because if they reach this, they'd be
Sumo.
Okay,
yeah. Oh, there's a sumo on lead, so Ricci, Sumo, Dora. Urasan!
Oh, 3! Oh.
And now everything is tied up at the top, going into South 4.
This is the worst situation for Zilong. He's not even third. He's not even second. He's third.
This is very bad for so long. If it ends up being a positive third, yeah, Korak's gonna be at the top regardless, but they'll be fine.
Korak is now in last. Haimon Sumo for a first currently.
Yeah, it's well,
no, actually, he needs a
Baimon
Sumo. He needs a Baimon Sumo for a first.
I mean,
but he has double non right now, and he's probably just gonna wait. He has Chitoy. Does he do it?
Chitoy. It's gonna hate it.
He's gonna aim for Chitoy here, or potential flex. Potential flex on all sides with the 4-3 cut here. Don Peiko Tanyao? Don Peiko?
Maybe. There's a way.
Well, this is currently Ishanten now from Korak. He's technically South Ipeiko. Could be South Ipeiko Riichi. We'll just kind of wait for him for 2-3-4 shape. Obviously, Korak doesn't really care from this far behind. Korak does need to. Oh,
there's
Tenpai.
The Rion
Tenpai for Chitoy.
But no, I mean the Rion Peiko's right there. Thinking really hard. I mean, Rion Peiko and Tanya. And Pinfu, because in the South, you can't continue with that. It's at least it's not Chitoy.
It's not Chitoy. We'll be on 5-8. 8 is one left, and 5 is dead. Wait, what? Why is all the ways always just dead nowadays? But monsters look really weak against this. So
you have the 2-3-4. You wouldn't really expect the Mon weight, but
if Daniel gets a Tenpai here, he might just drop to 8. But will just be a full bail from Daniel, probably. Yeah,
Daniel wants to keep the 8 for these
6, 7, 8 Sancho here.
Though, yeah. So that won't come out.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh, what do you do here?
He might drop 8-6 spawn here. But it's just gonna drop Sushi first.
It's a Sushi, yeah.
It's now 7-pin is just one. So just one chance. So probably will drop 8-pin afterwards. Might be a no chance if. Yeah, will be a Shabo, just Shabo 1 chance or Tonki 1 chance on the 8-pin.
Yeah, definitely fine to drop that.
probably will drop the 8
Ooh,
pin
a
now.
one so, yeah.
One
Near
so
the
is looking too
Dora.
dangerous. Oh. 8? You might. I think dealers is done here. 3 so 3 so.
It looks like it.
Looks like it's done. It is just still one wall.
Yeah. Daniel doesn't really need to win anything here.
No,
so
he
it's
does.
like...
He doesn't. He just needs to bail here. It's actually probably good manners. He just bails here and just calls it a day. Oh, but he's just back
to
into
Ishanten,
Ishan. But you can push the 3 pin because it's sushi.
I
But
mean,
I
you
don't
could
think.
have pushed the 3-pin before anyway.
I guess you could push 6 mon if you get the Tenpai. Oh.
All right. There's...
Would have been non-Peiko potential. If
So the Haite sumo chance.
Haite Sumo, technically. I think Zilong is thinking about how to give a tile. Oh,
All
I think
right.
is this gonna be Haite Sumo?
No,
No.
not quite, but Tenpai payments.
Oh my god. Zilong
Let's
also
see.
not push. Also did not
So
elect to
long,
push
yeah,
for a
gets
Tenpai.
the +2, putting them crucially above Aaron at least. And technically above Lucas for now, but anything can
I
happen
don't
there.
know. That's quite sus.
Yeah,
If
it's not the great spot to be in. I know personally.
no deal. So yeah, Korak did mention that there. He did no dealings and he took a fourth place with -20. So that should basically just give you a good idea of how sumo heavy this game was. And good job from Loose with 20.5. 35.5, so with plus 20.5, we'll basically secure a no demotion, basically. Is it? Yeah, so we'll basically secure a no demotion, close to no demotion. Daniel solidly taking a second, 8.8, with a good bail and not dealing into Korak at the end. Zilong, unfortunately, got oil comp read for 3k. 3k extra. So fell from first to third with one sumo with 2.2. Now barely escaping demotion, and now it's now barely escaping demotion, and will just not be dependent on whether Lucas plays well or not, and Lucas and Andrew plays well or not, and Korak taking a -31.5, and will be ending the season with 235.7. So giving the Daniel a bit of a chance within 4 games to come back roughly 70-ish points.
It's not even. It's only like
70, 60?
50, just 52.
50-ish? Oh, sorry, I can't math. 52.2 is the exact point.
It's not too easy, but it's not like you don't need like perfect play.
Not undoable, but it's gonna be quite a challenge as well.
Yeah, I don't know how. I wasn't paying attention to like how close to long was Tempai there, but if they were Tempai, there would have been a shift to second.
Would have been, yeah, would have been a shift to second.
Well, like you're assuming other people are bailing, but
well, if Luce actually had zero reason to bail, push.
yeah.
In fact, she could just, Luce could just take a third, and Luce wouldn't care. Just needed to not to die this game.
Yeah, and Luce and Salong, who cared the most about the placement, neither of them were dealer in all last, so they didn't really care if Korak sumos. I think Stanley mentioned they would be in like an hour.
Yeah, so
and a half,
currently
so...
the A2 game earlier, the one with where PO did get a series, so we'll be starting at 8 p.m. So since there are no game, are there any games running at the moment? So there are currently no games running at the moment, so we'll probably be ending our broadcast here. So, but please, we'll be join our Discord, Arabelle Discord, to I guess group watch, because there's probably going to be a group watch for only for members of our league. But overall, the game will be running, and we'll probably give updates about the game tomorrow's stream. Should be everything. Thanks for watching. Please join our league. there's over 20 people who signed up this season for our following season. So it might be full, but please sign up at AmericanReachy.org. If you want to play, you will be joining potential C1 / maybe C2 new league in the following fall season because summer will be starting. If you want to follow us on Twitter, we'll be at AmericanReachy. And all our streams VODs will be uploaded to tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. And thank you, Daniel, for broadcasting. And he was commentating earlier. You know, he's been commentating almost every day. So great shout outs to him for running our broadcast and constantly broadcasting. And I'm Stanley. And thanks, Dustin, for joining us for commentating for tonight's games.
Yeah,
Right.
I can't wait for that the final game in A2, or one of the final games in A2 in about an hour and a half.
Yeah. So exciting day today. Triple wrong, huge sumos, and Yakumo Suiso. So if you want more of this action, feel free to tune into our stream tomorrow at whenever the time is. I have no idea. Do we have a stream plan for tomorrow? Yeah, if you follow us, you don't have to rely on my information. You'll get pinged by the notifications. So thanks for watching, guys.